Let me know when it's ready.
All right, ready.
So where did we begin the game last time on D&D? What was the
We were at
start?
a we were at a bridge in, in space or whatever. Anyone? We were
Yep.
talking to a spooky ghost.
We were just
That was
starting to
not.
talk to the spirit.
I attempted to talk to Filibuster's sword.
Unsuccessfully.
I can't even talk to my sword. How would you be able to talk to my sword?
Well, I mean, you could talk to it. It just doesn't answer.
I've had relationships like that too.
Again, stolen valor. I was gonna make this joke.
So, what was the deal with the spirit? You guys did extremely well on the challenge of talking with the spirit. What was its deal, and how did that conversation sort of end?
It was like a depressed valley girl who felt bad about uh, being murdered. We
Was
convinced her that
the thing that she felt bad about?
no,
She was like, if we said things that she didn't understand, she got more kind of feral. And if we helped her kind of talk about stuff that she knew about, it seemed to kind of like bring her back to herself.
So Filibuster brings up a good point. There was something that was upsetting her, and it was a little bit that she was murdered, but there was something else that was upsetting her.
Well, Dalseth in general, I guess because she was betrayed.
Yes, so she was betrayed. What was she betrayed? Like, what happened with that betrayal?
Um,
Because a good part of this conversation, before and after she was the spirit, is from her perspective about like what happened to her and what led up to when she died.
yeah, like I remember she said that
Yes.
he infiltrated her court, but, and I mean, we think he's an agent of the adversary, but I don't think I have any other details.
I do not recall what specifically about the betrayal.
I know Morin often takes good notes as well. Morin, do you remember?
Last week I took terrible notes. Not even gonna lie.
Okay.
He
Um,
I remember there was like a scene when we crossed the bridge, there was like a scene that played out in front of us, like a memory, and it was Delseth like killing Clotho basically. Or like the Clotho that was Clotho before this current iteration of her. By like binding her and then like shoving spikes through her, and then when it cleared, there was a vision of the body like on a on some platform with a bunch of spikes through her and like um
she
the
was
symbol of my religion on her as well.
yeah, she was like spread out in the symbol of the Tythan.
Saint
I think.
Tythan, yeah.
Yeah, so the
It's
11
okay.
the 11 pointed star with a kraken or with an octopus head on it, the legs sticking out, that's the symbol. And that was what her body was sort of broken and cut to look like. So why? So she had withdrawn to this place, and then the betrayal happened. Why did she go to here? Why did she? She talks about where you guys were looking at was her sort of sanctum. Why did she go to her sanctum? Do you remember?
Oh, didn't she? Wasn't she like called upon by her mother and grandmother to do some stuff?
Correct.
We were like, no.
Yeah.
I don't recall what exactly.
Doesn't even remember what, because you're right. She was called upon to do something.
Felt like she was
Oh,
just wanting to like party, and they told her it was like time for her to fulfill her duty. But I don't.
yeah, I got the feeling that she had like neglected both her like regular duties but also a higher calling. I think they were talking about some war with the adversary because she mentioned something about like the gates when the gates fell, that like they were being attacked, and she was called on to help and she didn't.
Yeah. She mentioned some oath that she had taken, I think.
Right. So did she not show up, or did she do something else? Because she didn't just say no.
She hid.
I think she was kind of dragging her feet, right? Like she was like, I'm gonna go, but just not yet.
Correct. So
Yeah.
she basically, hey, you need to go do this, and she's all right. Well, I need to go home to get a few things first, and then sort of withdrew to go and hopefully waited out. Maybe that she wouldn't need to do things, kind of push the responsibility back, and then when she did that and sort of withdrew from everything, that's when Dolthstad struck her and betrayed her. So one of the things that happens that changes her from, like, what was the thing that changed her from a spirit to being more the essence of herself? There was a realization that happened. Do you guys remember what that was?
Was it the realization that she had a forbiddance on her?
Yes. How did she figure that out?
Oh, we offered to make a deal.
She was trying to say her name and she couldn't.
Yes, so she tried to use her power by invoking her own name, and then found out that that didn't work. And once she was able to break that forbiddance and become previous version of herself, you guys then saw the inner sanctum and had the discussion with her, and she offered if anyone wanted information that she could give, she would give you information. And then the second part of it was you all asked her if there was some way that she could help you all. And her basic thing was the only way that she can give power is giving power with responsibility. And that she doesn't like that. So she wasn't trying to pitch it as an option. So anything else from the conversation with either the spirit or with Clotho that happened that you guys want to bring up and recap?
Oh, we learned that the supposed reason that it rains big time is that the storm giants are partying or in high emotion or something. That was a big one.
Is
actually
that
learned so. Oh, go
is
ahead.
that her talking about now or historically?
Historically,
Okay.
but it's sort of, I don't know, tracked. We also learned that we could bind her to a spirit. Yes, team spirit.
Oddlier.
Not it's not Lyric, is it? I thought it was something else.
Oddlier.
Oh, Oddlier.
Oddly.
Yeah. We also
I'm
learned that
not super clear, by the way, on like what those terms actually mean.
Neither
I don't
are
think
we.
anyone is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that she had said she could essentially delay
Yeah, she
whatever the
did.
manifestation is though as well.
Yeah.
That's what binding her to the Oddlier would do.
Correct.
We also
I
Binding her
thought
to
binding her to the Oddlier would be
so
what we were trying to do with Ishiyashaya.
so this is going to be something I want to make clear because it's something that would be explained to the point that your characters would understand. So this is an important kind of pause. What she says is that she was somebody else and became Clotho. When she transformed from the spirit into herself, she went through all those different versions, right? Do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
yes.
So basically, what she says is when someone becomes Clotho, their body, their mind, their spirit, everything gets molded into this image, right? It's not the same thing every time. There's a feeling, right? All of the people that are Clotho are beautiful young women. Because of that, and because of there's this sort of way of being, it changes the person who has the office basically of being Clotho. That process is going to happen. When she's talking about delaying, she's saying that the Clotho that is here shouldn't be a thing on an infant. She can try to delay it, but it's going to be very difficult to do so on her own. Partially because she's going to get bored and want to be herself in the world at some point. So if she gets bound to an Adlir, the Lyric, the spirit within, the office of Clotho in this instance, if she gets bound to another creature, that process of changing the new person that has the power of Clotho into Clotho will be much easier to delay. Does that make more sense?
So it's basically like promising the body to someone else so that like she doesn't get it.
So basically, she's saying that with the way things are right now, if she stops resisting, then the infant is going to become Clotho fully, will age to be a young woman, and then will get the full power. She's saying that she doesn't want that to happen, so she can delay it, but it's difficult to do so. And if she is able to connect with something in the world, then she can delay that process much easier.
So she can like almost
Yeah.
funnel her power elsewhere for a time.
Her attention, yes.
Cool. Thank you.
And one of the things that she makes clear is that she has the capability of doing it indefinitely, so she could just not. That being said, it's not really in her personality, in the way that she acts, to sit in her hands and do nothing for years. So she knows well enough that eventually she's going to get so bored that her will is going to manifest and change the child so she can act.
All right, what if we throw her a giant party, like years long party? At least 16 years, hopefully.
A sweet 16 that lasts 16 years.
Yeah.
I mean, she's for it. Just right now, the only way she knows how to go to said party is take the body she's in and go to the party.
And did she tell us where to find the right Oddlier? I feel like she did. I don't.
Yes.
No, the oddlier that she told us to find was her the grandma's oddlier, or not oddlier, like pet. And so she doesn't know where that is, but she knows
Oh,
where
right.
she saw it last. And we were
Yeah.
like, oh, we have to go back to Prosperity.
Yep.
Yeah.
But where did she see it last?
Oh, like Obai.
They go
Like,
by.
Yeah.
That's right.
Where there is it's a man-made reservoir, and it's apparently got a gate to the Wild Fae.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's a pretty good summary. Are there any other things before we get to the sort of stuff with the summer night that you guys feel you want to discuss or kind of bring people back up on to speed on?
We also learned some ship names.
We did.
Ooh.
I think the two most prominent ones were the Graveyard of Summer, which is Prosperity, and the Harrowing of Gods, which is Faith. We also learned that Tithuriel is now Splackthuriel. Probably not correct. We also learned that my little box is me talking to some dudes. in
Adversary.
some adversary dudes, not
Mhm.
necessarily the adversary himself. Oh, we also learned that we learned so much. We also learned that Al Shaib is a Mamaraji Jinn, which don't know what that means.
It means like advisor to someone. It's like it sounded like it was more like a title of office rather than like a
Yes,
type of creature.
yes.
Yeah.
He is a Maharaji Jin. He's not like that's not his name, and that he's not the that is what he is.
Yeah. And we also learned that she supposedly had not talked to him, despite somebody claiming that he had.
Correct. So she
That
did
Clotho had spoken.
not know him.
Yeah.
Does
Which
she
is
carry all
another
of
myth.
the memories of her like previous iterations?
Yes.
Okay.
There could be some
Some-
what's the word I'm looking for? Spying afoot.
Yeah, some impersonations maybe.
Subterfuge.
We also learned about so like Clotho is part of the summer court, but there's the winter court. And that the queen of the Winterfell is the master of the Witch of the Fangrove.
Oh, I don't know if anyone read the conversation I had with Gary right before the game.
Mm,
But also the goal of the adversary is to undo reality and break the accords.
cool.
And so one of the things that she also talked about, right, and there's a little bit of distinction made here, is there's a difference between like the person and the office. So her mother and mother are different people. So like my mother, if she says that, that's the person who gave birth to her, right? That's her biological mom. Mother, when she says that, she means Mother Summer, the second queen,
Mhm.
and then grandmother is the third queen of summer, the eldest of the queens. And then the same thing if she does that for the other, it's her counterpart in winter, right? So my other is her counterpart in winter. My mother's other is the other queen of winter, and then grandmother's other is the grandmother of the winter court.
Mhm.
And there is a third court. You guys learned about that a little bit. What's up
Oh,
with the third court?
the uncle, right? The Wild Fae,
Correct.
who's the lord of the goblins and does the wild
Yeah.
hunt.
The goblins, and also she said something about like 4 of us are supposed to be immortal and aren't.
Because you're goblins.
Yes. From her perspective, goblins are supposed to be immortal.
Yep.
Okay.
So want to figure out that one because
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we also learned she had a friend, Champion Amoth, who's a battle mind. That might be a thing for Drock.
How did she learn? Like, what was the thing about Amoth?
All I have written down is that she's a battle mind and a tiefling.
was it something to do with the being able to speak her name, like all the she was having trouble saying the names of like important people in our world because there was a forbiddance on them, including her own name. But she was able to say Amoth's name.
Close, but not quite. So you'd asked her if there was anyone that was alive that could help. And she was trying to say, oh, this person's still alive and could help. And then she started trying to say names.
Oh, so it was forbidden, and that's how she knew that she was still alive.
So it's not that the names are forbidden. So, like her name, right? Where she says something, where you've seen this a couple times. There is something that's being said, but you can't perceive it, right? It's like a blank. There was a different thing that was happening here. Do you guys know, or can you figure out what it was?
Nope.
I'll give you a
Nope.
hint. This was her using her power as the Summer Lady. And she was saying a statement. This person is alive.
Oh, their names have changed?
No, because she knows if a name changes, right? It's like Theriel's name is different. She recognized that. But when she was cycling through names,
Oh, Amoth is like bound to Summer, so she's calling on like you're one of our servants, and I'm like she's making contact in her capacity as the Summer Lady.
a little bit, that was her sort of explanation, but let me explain this part real quick because it might not be clear. So, one of the things that she'll explain, or it might be part of the Summer Night stuff. I don't remember if I rewrote it in there. But the nobles of the court cannot lie when they're acting as the office of Summer. So what she was trying to do was make a declarative statement. This person is alive.
Oh. Okay.
I would normally assume, though, when it said you cannot lie, it's you cannot knowingly lie, not you're physically incapable of it.
That is for being a knight. But for her, she basically says, I can't say things that are untrue. She can basically say she doesn't know, but if she's using the power of Summer to make a statement, that statement has to be true.
Didn't this also occur for when I asked her what the name of Sanctuary was?
Correct.
Well, we were asking her all of the ships, right? And she was like, she couldn't tell us unless we had been there and we could kind of like project the essence to her.
Yeah. So I have been to Sanctuary,
Right.
both
She
the
said it was
city
destroyed.
and the ship, and she said that the word has no more meaning for her.
Yeah.
Also true.
Gary, do we know exactly how many ships there are? I know I've asked you this before.
I
Sorry.
think we determined that there had to be 11, right?
11, yes. So
Okay.
before the conversation with Clotho, you believe that there were 12.
Oh,
She
right.
corrected you, but she didn't say there was 11. She said something very specific. Does anyone remember?
7 sets of 11?
There are
Oh,
7
yeah.
sets of 11 in one of the fleets. So a fleet of ships is 7 sets of 11.
So we are small potatoes. And the
Real quick, why did we think there were 12?
They had done some research at the library and found 12 ship names.
and so the Saint Tythan, that's an 11-pointed star.
It is.
Okay. Good to know.
What are the names of the 12 that you found? I only have like 6 in my notes.
I will type them all out if you guys will poke me in chat. I don't think I kept it clear in my notes which of the ships you guys have knowledge of and which you don't. So it's going to be difficult for me to do, but I can reverse engineer it. I just would need more time than I want to spend on this right now.
I can tell you the ones I know. I have Endeavor, Prosperity, Sanctuary, Stratum, Grace, Haven, Faith.
Yeah, and I wrote down
Concordance.
5 different names last time. For Faith, Prosperity, Stratum, Sanctuary, and Concordance, we got 5 different names.
Oh yeah, Concordance.
Or sorry, Sanctuary holds no meaning, so those are the 5 I have. So Faith,
Concordance, and Nexus are also 2 that I know you guys have.
Nexus. I don't think we talked about Nexus last time.
You didn't talk about Nexus last time, but Nexus, when you know from the library, when the group knows from the library.
Okay.
So that's 9 names that I have written down now. Is that right?
Sounds correct.
So I'm guessing when you were in the library, it was just there are 12 ships, not here are the names of the 12 ships.
I don't know.
Is this going to be in Skrit?
I don't know if it's in Skrit
No,
or if it's
it
somewhere else.
wouldn't be. I think we did the ship names when we first met. When we first went to the vampire place, which is forever ago.
Oh, it was in Marie's library.
Yes, like her tiny little library.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Which is funny because it was a really big library to you guys at the time.
Yes,
We're so
which
worldly
is
now, though.
interesting to think about.
Yeah, I don't have marked which of these other ships were the others that you know. But like I said, I can go back and figure it out.
Well, so then at this point, there are only 2 that we don't know.
So you got some insight into her power and how that works. And so let's kind of pause from that and turn to, she made the point of, I can give you power, but the power I give, there is responsibility as part of it. It's a sort of package thing. And she gave the rules and the sort of explanation of terms, the definitions of things to work with. JP, can you mute yourself?
Oh yeah, sorry, I thought it was.
It's all good. So she gives the kind of lengthy explanation. Hey, here's what all these things are. Here's what these terms are when we're talking about these things. The things that they mean. And ideally, for those that were at the library and who also read the stuff, you'll notice there's a lot of overlap in terms. So the question then becomes, with this, hey, here's the deal. Here's how this works. Do any of the players wanted to use the thing to become a Knight of Summer? And I think it was mostly JP and Syl that were considering it.
I think if he was on the fence, I was considering it.
So, for the 3 of you then, now that you kind of have the full text, what is your thought? What is your leaning?
Yeah, I'm still for it, I think. I was mostly gonna make sure at least one person had it, but if we want to do like half the group, I'm good with that too. Syl, 1. What are your guys' thoughts?
I'm good to do it. It doesn't seem that constricting.
Yeah, I kind of want the power where, like hers, where I can't tell a lie no matter what. That'd be super useful.
So, again, understand that is part of the Queens of Summer using their power.
I know. I just want it because then I could be like, we need to go here, and I'll either be telling a lie or the truth, and then we can just easily figure out where to actually go.
I think he's saying you don't get quite that good of a version of
I
it.
know, right?
And one of the things is, now that you know how that power works, it's also why she was getting sort of depressed while she was unable to speak. Because She was saying, oh, here's a list of the names of all my friends and people that I used to hang out with. All the ones I can say are the ones that are still living. And that was quiet for like 5 minutes. So, Syl is being a Knight of Summer, yes?
Yes.
So, and again, just to make sure this is clear, when you guys add this to your character sheets, the utility from the polymorph, the invoking summer, is a U6. So that means that if you use that power, you can't use another level 6 utility, or vice versa, right? So whatever your level 6 utility is, you can either use that or this. You can't use both in the same fight. Or since one's a daily, right? If you use the invocation of summer, you can't use your other utility until that one refreshes.
Okay, good to know.
Now, is that just whatever utility you took for level 6? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
And it needs to be a utility of at least level 6. So by the time you get to level 12, you'll get another utility. And then it'll be the point of either you're using it, level 10, you get another utility. So then it's either I'm going to use this and take up my level 10 slot or my level 6. But it'll come up later. Mostly it's not a pure gain, it's an option you're gaining.
Got it. I don't remember what I took for my level 6.
I don't know. So, Syl is going to be a Summer Knight. Drock was saying that they would take it if nobody else took it. Since Syl is going to be a Summer Knight, is Drock not going to be?
Do you guys think it's wise? Like, one, are you going to take it, do you think?
I don't know. I feel like I'm on the fence. If you want me to, I will.
Well, I was just thinking, should we do like half the party with and half without? Or is that overkill? Overthinking it? Because us 3 could, and then the other 3 not, right?
Sure.
It's up to you guys. Since I have one definite yes, I want to kind of set that aside for a second because it doesn't really affect the immediate future as much. And also, it's something that is being offered. It's not a yes/no, right? Like, if it's like, you can become the Summer Knight as long as you have the ability to contact her, i.e., one person is a Summer Knight, then you have the capacity to do it again. So, if it's something that you're on the fence about, you think your character would wait, you can, since Syl is going to be a Summer Knight, you can at some point say, hey, I think I do want that thing, and talk to Clotho through Syl.
Okay, sounds good. I'll wait then.
Yeah, no, with that, yeah, I think Waden's prudent.
Which is why I was trying to make it clear that it matters if one of you guys has it. A lot more than, like, how many of you all have it.
Yeah, and that's why I thought always having one person would be good. So if Syl wants it, and I think it's beneficial for Syl, I think that's the way to go.
Alright, so that happens. You guys leave the interior. And what's happening in the outside world?
Oh yeah, like the trees all bloomed.
Oh, and the ship's here.
The ship's here, sure.
Yeah, and it's like there's a
Yeah, did the trees
light.
bloom because of Clotho or because of the ship? I think it's kind of obvious, but I am unsure.
So everything around is growing at a hyper accelerated rate. There's fruits, there's people outside. And what time is it? Do you guys remember?
Middle of the
Really
night?
No. It was the middle of the night when you guys went in.
I thought it was still the middle of the night.
So did I. Early morning. There's only a couple of other options to guess.
Yeah, I mean, so it is morning. So it is morning. There's a little bit of light outside, but that light is sort of small and dim compared to the light from the ship that's hovering directly over the house.
Yeah, we're not inconspicuous.
Is this when I get Plucky's notification?
Yes.
Right. So I turn to the others and say, there's 2 empty vessel beacons asking to be refilled from ours. Should we allow this?
What does that mean?
Oh, some beacons need to be charged by others. Ours is the kind that can charge smaller beacons. They provide the smallest amount of protection, but they're also used for other things as well, power and that.
Where are these beacons?
I don't know.
So if you ask, Plucky would give you the notification. So when you first teleported here, you can see that there were 2 unpowered, very low-ranking beacons that were in 3 trees. And basically the ship came in range of those, and they requested recharging.
Right.
So they're in 3 trees.
What does it cost us mechanically to recharge them?
1% of power.
Oh, that ain't shit.
Yeah, it
I'm
seems
more
like
worried about who is in possession of beacons. Are these the
Were they-
beacons that are supposed to prevent the Leviathans from attacking the city?
I mean,
Well,
that
technically, there
is
are no
the
Leviathans.
purpose that they're generally put to.
So these aren't beacons on a ship.
Right, they're like the city's beacons. I remember we had passed them on the way in and we were like very surprised, right? That they were dead because the city's so close to water.
Right, so they were inactive, which would normally be a huge problem, but doesn't seem to be a problem for here.
Are we
should do it.
still at 44%, or have we gone by a day and not counted it?
So basically at the end of today's session, at the end of today will happen at some point. So the refilling of the ship happens in the morning, so that when it ticks up is going to be today.
Okay, and it's going to go to 54 with our current rate. 2%, we'd be at 52, which is still pretty decent.
Yeah, I think we have it to spare.
I think doing it is very smart because most likely we're about to go dive in deep in this lake.
And we do know that there
And-
are Leviathan there.
And if the Leviathans are acting up and their beacons are not on, yeah.
How long have they been without charge?
I'll ask.
Plucky reports ships have been without charge for 2 weeks.
Mhm.
I go to Lord Stone Tree.
He's not here right now.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone of importance who is here?
So basically, when you guys get up or come out of it in the room, there's the shaman, the child, Lady Stone Tree, and then Hatterai is there as well as 2 of the servants of the house. So you've got the group plus Hatterai, Lady Stone Tree, the baby, and 2 servants.
Okay, so I'll put one of the servants aside, and I'll be like, "Did anything change 2 weeks ago?"
2 weeks ago, he just sort of shrugs. I don't know. It's just after the storm, I guess.
After the storm.
Is that just after the storm began?
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Ah, then yes, right? Captains, yes?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll tell Plucky to go ahead.
So there's a burst of light coming from the window and energy, and you see that there were people outside of that huge window that's, kind of, there's like a window and then an open balcony from the master suite in the house. And looking out the window is about half and half that people were kind of marveling and looking at like the fruits and plants and the growth, and like half the people were looking up at the ship, and then everyone looks and stares up in the sky as you see these you can see the reflections basically of these arcs of brilliant energy fire into the city for a couple of seconds, and then the light dims down and people start looking and talking to each other.
I mean, regardless of what causes the actual growth, everyone's going to assume it's the ship because probably most people don't know what's actually going on here.
I don't think they know anything about anything.
So kind of like us, really.
Yeah.
The Wraith
So-
isn't in the room, right?
She is not. So one of the servants kind of looks around for a second and says, "You all seem to be awake now. If it pleases you, the master of the house is entertaining guests in the great hall. We will stay and take care of the mistress."
We seem to be entertaining more than just guests.
So
And I gesture broadly.
the servants are basically saying, we'll take care of what's happening here. Go to the great hall and talk with Lord Stoneship.
Sorry, did you? So we saw the like traces of light. Did anything else happen because of it, or was it just like a light show?
It was a light show, and Plucky sent you back the affirmative that the beacons have been charged.
Okay, but there's no like environmental. So like, I look up at the sky.
So you guys are still inside of the room. Do you guys go? Do you go out to the balcony and go to the side? Go look out?
Yeah. I want to look at the sky.
So you walk outside, and you can see one immediately. It's not raining where you're standing, but after a second, you realize it's because the ship is about the same size as the house and is hovering over the house. Everywhere else, it's still raining.
Okay. God damn.
And like I said, it's sort of that gray, if it's a really overcast day and the sun comes up, it's not as dramatic, but it's that sort of gray morning right now. And when you step out onto the balcony, there's several people down below that sort of get into little clusters of people and start whispering and poking, pointing at you and talking amongst themselves.
Okay. Let's go back inside.
So what's the plan, folks?
Well, I received a sending when I returned to my body that I will share with the party from Aegis. So I had contacted him a while ago to ask for input on what was happening with Vertac, and I kept getting bounced through customer service and was unable to talk directly to him. But so I tried to convey that Vertac had been conscious. We had met Altanuan, I think, as well, who had been conscious, and that they're losing consciousness. And so now he said he's requesting details on this, the dragon encounter. He also said that An wishes to be updated on our progress in the Reach, and that we'll be reimbursed for a spin to report to Baron Furneaux, and that An is currently detained.
What does detained mean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like distracted or like under arrest? That's like kind of what I'm.
Yeah. And so I think with the sending, I get a response, right, Gary?
Correct. You get a 25-word response.
Yes. So we could message them back, Aegis back.
Who was the spin disc to be for? To?
I think all of us to get to Baron Furneaux, who is below on and kind of scary.
But we would get a there and back again.
I think so, yeah.
A Hobbit story.
hmm
Um,
But
don't we have other things we have to do first?
also in reality, so it was supposed to take us 4 days to get here, and we kind of dawdled to make sure we seemed to be in that time frame.
Hmm.
Like, and we've only been in the Reach for a day or two. Like, what are they expecting for updates?
Yeah. Well, we spent time, so because we got here immediately, but then we spent time fixing the ship and stuff. So
Right. So that would seem like it took us the 4 days to get here, and
right,
then we were in Hatterai's town for like half a day to a day, and then we
right.
teleported over here, and it's been half
Well,
a
do
day
we
to
know
a
Wait, hold
how
day.
on.
long
Well,
it's
sorry,
been?
how did she know that we made progress?
She just wants an update.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is more like a "I'm a bad bitch, do what I say" type thing,
Mhm.
rather than a
This is a power move then.
yeah.
I
But
mean, I
there's like,
imagine it's not going to be long before she realizes we're in 3 trees.
Yeah.
I think everyone knows we're in 3 trees now.
oh yeah. But for her,
How,
like,
actually, that's a sorry guys, that's a thought. Like Gary, how fast does news travel in that regard? Like,
Well, they're sendings, so probably very fast, right? Like there's no barrier.
So it depends, right? If you have the money and resources to sending all the time, it's instantaneous, like very fast. The Reach doesn't really have that, or they have that on special occasions, right? So you have like Hatterai has said that he has done sendings previously to people in 3 trees, but there's sort of an understanding that that's not like you just call the person up. Like that's an expense for them to do. So it's something they do either in emergencies or on fairly rare occasions.
okay,
For like the leaders of towns, they might get important news relatively quickly, but at a cost. And a lot of things are much slower to pass.
Two questions.
Unless it's a earth-shattering event. Probably.
Oh yeah. So
As in, like, the foliage in the area is suddenly growing.
so Gary also reminded me that I could look back at everything I sent to Aegis, and I let him know that we were in the Reach. So mystery solved.
right.
yeah,
He's a
but
double agent.
we've still only been here a day or two. Like, how much of an update are they expecting?
Right.
Gary, what day is it now that we are in the morning?
It is the I want to say it's the 4th.
Do we have any idea how long Clotho can keep her shit under wraps for? I heard Roll20 go off, but I can't read it right now.
So I just typed the current date. The current date is 1/7/35. 1/35.
What?
Or sorry, I said it backwards. Hang on. I added numbers to the wrong thing. So it's
7.
2/5/135.
Huh?
So that's
Wait,
the correct date.
the second day of the 5th month?
Second day of the 5th month, yes.
I have that as the day that we get to Emmett's Rest.
Am I reading my notes wrong? Oh, it is. I am reading my notes wrong. So it's 5 days from that. 2 days from. So it is the 4th. Yeah. So my initial thought was correct.
Okay. And we arrived in the Reach on the first day of the 5th.
Correct. First day of the 5th month is when you arrived in the Reach.
Yeah, I totally thought On would give us a bit more time before having to report back.
You've
They
sent a
had
group of
no
people out
roots.
looking for the secret to your immortality, and it's been 4 days. You check in or no?
Right?
I'm actually pretty surprised because normally these immortal people are like, what's a day to a motherfucker? You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
right, she's immortal. She's not a deity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yet.
one thing I do want to make clear is the message didn't have like his tone of voice, because you get voice, right? You get tone that I'm not typing out. The tone is more of a when you have updates, report, not like report now and tell me what you've done.
Oh, okay.
So it's like when you have updates about what's going on,
Mhm.
spend a fair no. We'll reimburse you for your spend. Let us know what's going on, and then you can go back.
And do all towns, like, would Three Trees have spin discs?
It's pretty rare, but maybe.
Okay.
Doesn't she know we have one?
We got a spin disc.
Oh, the
Except
ship
it's
has a
not.
spin disc?
No, the ship itself is our spin disc.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The ship also has a spin disc.
Yeah, but it only goes to like
It
another
goes to
part
other
of the
parts
ship,
of that ship. Yeah.
right? Or can
You
it be
can't-
like programmed to go anywhere?
To your knowledge, it's internal only.
To our knowledge. Do we
our
want to ask
knowledge.
Plucky?
Of course.
Divert power to spin disc.
I bet it's above our pay grade.
Probably.
I have food in my mouth, but appropriately phrased question respin disc.
Well, because the computer is very literal, I do want to know what the actual question is.
God damn it, Gary! Okay. So Plucky can what is it called in the system? Is it called like the spin disc?
Spin system, yes.
Yeah. Can spin system be adapted to alternate destination?
Spin system destinations 1 through 9 currently unavailable.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh, we can expand the ship.
Is this going to turn into a base building campaign instead of a quest campaign?
So, Griffle, in your head, you get like an image of 9 little circles, all of which are filled with this like brilliant glow.
Okay. Can I select each one and ask for additional info?
If you kind of select one of them in your head, you get a little kind of that sort of grayed out thing of like you're not allowed to touch it or change it.
Oh, okay.
Not that you can't touch it, but it's like can't be changed. And then you see below it is a little sign that says reserved for weapons use.
Weird. Okay.
Are there other destinations available? Because we've used the spin disc once.
So when you
Yeah,
go,
if it says all 9 are blocked out, like which one did we go to?
so you see when you ask it about the spins, there's one internal, that are technically 2 internal. One that takes you from the belly of the ship to engineering, and one that takes you from the captain's quarters to the central area. So those 2 are in a separate category.
Oh,
Those
okay.
are 2 internal ones. When you talk about, so they're like intership transport. When you talk about, extra ship transport, it shows you that there are 9 circles that are usable, but they're all currently reserved for weapons use.
I wonder if that has to do with the research that's going on in the labs. Like, remember they were like pulling in all these extraplanar creatures? Can spin discs be extraplanar?
Yes.
Yes, they have to. Well, the one in the ship has to be.
That's true, yeah.
Also, the weapon system when it locked onto the Leviathan was going to teleport it into a fucking sun.
Mm. Mhm.
Would that have been a spin disc, or is that a different system?
So the thing sort of spins up a little like display in your mind where it shows a spin disk activating, and then it shows like a limited area, and then it goes away, and then it says that the external use of weapon systems to dislocate enemy combatants uses primary congruence engine.
Mm.
Right, so it doesn't use the spins.
It's a separate thing.
Okay.
So, and then shows you, takes the 9 little circles, puts it into a ring, and you see different colors on each ring sort of cycle through. And then it says, weapon systems cycle through energy to project. And then you see them sort of spin in your head, and one by one they activate with different kind of lines coming out of them.
Huh?
So imagine like a ring, right? Like a big ring. And right now they're glowing in the middle. Imagine taking that ring and putting it on its side, and then coming out of the ring is a beam of energy that's a different color. And so it cycles through 9 different colors in your head, and then explains these are the weapons, the primary use of weapons platforms.
Yeah, I'm still not following.
So the weapons are somehow related to the spin discs?
Seems like it.
So it gives you another display as you're basically saying to Plucky, I don't understand. And then it shows you the engine. So that engine's room, and it says, primary systems shunt off elemental energy from different planes. Shunted energy is used to drive the device and power the ship. Shunted energy can be used and redirected through spin platforms for use as weaponry.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Wow.
Cool. Really fucking cool.
So basically the ship is saying that the what powers the ship sends off tons of energy, and rather than having like a gun that you load and shoot, it just has a portal platform and just opens a portal into the exhaust of the ship and shoots it at something.
Cool.
So it's like a fart cannon.
Hmm.
God damn. That's pretty great. That's pretty great.
So, clarify. We do not want to use spin disc platforms 1 through.
No.
Basically, you can use them, but currently they're right now not usable because each one is locked onto a different modulation of the ship's engine to be used for weaponry in case of defense.
Right. Okay.
Mhm. And we can't like reallocate them
I
as
think
crew.
that's an artifact of the fact that the ship was taken in combat, so all of the like current settings will be like whatever is going to fuck shit up as much as possible.
Yeah. But
Garth,
like we just don't have the permissions to.
can you
Yeah.
tell what like if they're hooked up to different parts of the engine's exhaust? Like what are those different parts? Like what can we figure out what is powering the ship?
I guess that's a question for me, huh? How would one phrase that? Plucky show display of which parts are connected to each spin disk.
So it kind of shows you a display of what looks to be a little sort of infinitely thin trapezoid. And then it shows you dozens of those stacked on top of each other. And then you get this impression of them being pressed together, and the edges of it form this ripple of energy. And then you see that energy being shunted off to the different portals. And then you see little labels around the edges of it, and then the sort of oscillating energy around those infinitely thin little bits of like different colored little trapezoids has a little label on it that says energy from planar flip friction.
Huh. So, because we had learned, isn't like the way that the ship's like planar jump thing works is essentially it like brings two planes together and punches a hole. Is that right?
Somewhat. It uses something like that, yeah.
So then the weapon system is like harnessing that energy, like squeezing a bunch of planes together. That
How
seems
many?
destabilizing.
How many trapezoids?
Infinitely many.
I think it's 27, but I'll have to double check.
So I mean, there's 27 planes.
There are 27 trapezoids in the congruency engine, yes.
Congruency, you said.
Correct. Okay, so the ship explains basically you do not currently have access to use its spin disks that can take you to Phaedo, is the answer to the initial question.
Okay, but we also don't. It doesn't seem like we have to go now. We don't really have an update on anything
Right.
that I think would interest on necessarily, unless the summer court would interest her. But I don't know. We also just don't have enough information on that. So we should get back to focusing on, the baby and the binding. In my mind.
Yeah, I think we need to check out the bottom of Lake Obai, right?
Yeah, we should talk to Lord Stonetree first.
But I also can respond to Aegis Ascending, and I feel like I should do that. So
Right. Yeah. No idea what to say.
I'm tempted to tell him that it would be easier to explain the dragon thing if he would just come to us.
I will say that you have an hour to respond to ascending. So
Oh, is it within?
in game you have 1 hour from receipt to send it
Mhm.
back. So you got it as soon as you woke up.
Okay,
Your character has an hour before they have to send a response or they lose it.
gotcha.
So if you wanted to do other things or talk to the group or whatever, I'm gonna poke you when I think it's been about an hour in game that you
Okay.
need to give a response if you want to give one.
But anybody in the party, do you feel opposed to me kind of being fairly forthcoming with Aegis? Or do we want to be like cagier?
I don't know if there's anything in particular to hide. I don't I don't know enough to say something should be hidden or
I
not.
know. Yep.
Gripple trusts him implicitly.
Oh, right.
I also want to help the dragon, so I say go for it.
Okay.
Okay, so while we're doing this, think about the response, like type up the response you want to give
Yep.
me, and then group heads with one of the servants to go down to the Great Hall, where Stonetree is.
Can I ask one of the servants about the religious practices and the prevalence of the Church of St. Tythan and the Church of the Elements in the Reach?
What do you want to? I mean, the answer is yes, you can, but what do you want to say?
I just want to ask him, so how many people in Three Trees are regular worshippers of St. Tythan? or congregants of the Church of the Elements?
He kind of gives there are people that do that. We mostly leave people in their worships alone. Most people here worship their respect. He wouldn't say worship. He would say respect their ancestors and their people where they've come from. So basically, it's not super uncommon, but it's not super common either.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alright, so you guys head downstairs. Type these on, but I'm just getting them up here so you guys can see. So in the Great Hall, which it's the Great Hall, but it's basically like a decent sized dining room. It's got a table that can fit about 12 people in it. You have everyone sort of standing around the table, and there's some like food and stuff that's like snacks that are on the table, and several of the chairs on one side have been pulled against the wall, and there's a group of people having sort of animated conversations. You guys come into the room, and the servant sort of announces you all. The first person is Dacron Stonetree, the guy, Lord Stonetree, who's speaking with an Eladrin woman that has a heavily tattooed face, and she's a little darker skinned and she looks a little older than maybe this picture implies. She might be, in human terms, she might be like 50. And she's talking with Lord Stonetree, and you see there is a Goliath that is standing kind of against the back wall, and there's two servants sort of milling about, refilling drinks and things like that. That is just sort of smiling at this clearly some sort of argument that's happening between Lord Stonetree and this newcomer. And the servant kind of comes in and bows and says, "Excuse me, my lord. The people who were assisting Lady Stonetree are here to speak with you and the other elders." And he bows and kind of gestures for you guys to go into the room. So it's pretty clear from the looks on faces that Dacron and this female Eladrin were arguing, but they basically stopped talking as soon as you guys get into the room. Dacron looks to you, bows and nods, and says, "The servants tell me that my wife and child are recovering, and possibly recovering better than well due to your interactions. I have done what I need to do to be prepared to leave. For those that understand that family comes first." And the woman rolls her eyes and says, "I never said that, Lord Stonetree. Family is important, but I'm saying duties matter. You have rights and privileges, but you also have duties to your people. You cannot just leave and take your family elsewhere without putting things in place so that we may survive and we may prosper in your absence." And then she, after kind of snapping at him, turns to you and says, "Well met to each of you. I am Oil and Water." And she kind of gives a formal bow that looks a lot like the way that Eladrin sort of greet each other for the first time in Prosperity.
Her name is Oil and Water.
Oil on Water.
Oil on Water. Got it.
I will return her bow and say, "Pleased to meet you. We're sorry for interrupting."
Ideally that worked. There we go. And I'll go ahead and add her thing if you guys want to take notes and stuff. Again, I don't know how much you use these, but Oil and Water, great tree. And so she says, "I hear that Lord Stonetree is debating leaving with you in your, she gestures vaguely up, vessel to go somewhere and shirk all of his duties for the sake of his child, which is admirable. She throws up her hand as Dagrin kind of goes to break in. But I do not know you. He likely does not know you as they have met you today. Why should I let you abscond with one of the leaders of our city?
Okay. So I will say, um, we do not mean to upset, your council and your city. But we know that this man is concerned for the well-being of his child, and we have reason to believe that we know how to help the child, but we need to take it with us on our ship. And we would not want to separate these new parents from their child. But ultimately, it is his decision.
And Dagrin speaks up and says, and I will be going with them. They do not need me, Oil, but I need them. I will not be separated from my wife and daughters moments after the birth. And she just sort of like waves her hand at him dismissively. So, Oil on Water walks towards you a little bit, and you see her kind of focus on one of Minnie's face and frown, and then look over towards Phil, and then kind of give him a quick once-over, and says, "But what are your intentions? You have the livery of the song, but your look and name and face, it speaks to me of the ones of the mines. Where is your Goliath?"
Hello.
Wait. That's a very interesting question. Are we expected to travel in threes?
So, if you guys remember way back from the beginning of the campaign, right?
Mm-hmm.
The three tribes, when you went into the ship, one person from
Yes.
each tribe always went.
Oh, is that true for all expeditions?
Yes,
Oh, I
'cause-
did not know that.
part of the thing is in Prosperity, the different races are sort of intentionally put at odds with one another by the gnomes. So it's like you it makes it less likely that you'll hide a find when you come back, right? Because if you come back with something of value, it's split between the three tribes evenly. So you're less likely, unless the three people going in are all on the same page, it's more likely that you actually will turn over everything.
I see. Okay, then I because I have this knowledge, I will answer honestly. Uh, our our Goliath, I don't like taking ownership over him, but he was lost to us on one of our misadventures of recent. He's still out there though, somewhere.
Telepathically, I'll tell the party that being a foot and a half taller than everyone else, I can be their Goliath.
That sounds kind of kinky.
So she nods her head and says, I am hoping that this is a truth and not a belief, a lie you tell yourselves when one of your people is gone. My goblin passed in our escape from the mines, and my Goliath and I made it here and have, well, he lived a good life. I'm still working on it. But you also wear the livery of the song. What are your intentions? And you are taking this child. He wants it to be safe, I understand. But what do you want with this child?
Right, just
Alright.
asking for clarification. It's Goblin Goliath in Eladrin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Our intentions with the child. Sorry, I'm eating as well. Our intentions with the child don't necessarily align with our duties to the Song family. It seems that circumstances have led us here, and we are trying to juggle quite a few tasks all at once.
She
So,
said, "Good."
oh, would we recognize her and the Goliath? Like, she's saying she's from Prosperity.
Or her name.
So you recognize the style of her name, but you don't
Right.
recognize the actual name. So like Hatterai, who's also an Eladrin, but his
Mhm.
name is very different than the Eladrin of your tribe. So
Right.
her name is much more similar to the tribe that you're used to.
Mhm.
So her saying she's from Prosperity or has knowledge of it and using the name, that seems to match up. That makes sense in your head.
Mhm.
But you don't recognize a specific person, and you don't recognize the Goliath that's kind of standing in the background, who looks like he's sort of standing not quite protectively, but not quite at ease either.
So I would also tell her um, we were able to escape the mines, and our travels brought us through Desang territory, and we have been fortunate to gain their favor. Um, but yes, as Filibuster mentioned, I gesture to him. Um, not everything we do is in their interest, and helping this child seems to be of great importance.
I'll also add on, fortunately or unfortunately.
And what do you expect to do with this child? Something that could not be done here in their home.
Um, are you familiar with the lyric, the concept of a lyric?
She nods. I have my own lyric, and I have spoken with her for many years.
So this child has a very powerful lyric, and we need to travel to the bottom of Lake Obai to secure an Adlir to prevent her from prematurely developing.
You sound like a crazy person right now.
She gets it.
So she nods slowly, and you see the Goliath in the background give a broad grin and say, "So it is your ship, is it?"
I kind of shrug and give him a half smile. Like, you got me.
Ownership has been a topic of concern among us recently. I give a side glance at Morin.
And this ship can travel underwater and through air.
I nod.
Mm,
Such a
We're
thing would be
looking.
valuable in a hunt, I believe. Would you be willing to assist in a good hunt once the storm is concluded?
Hunt of what?
So he gives this huge grin. He pulls back his sort of vest that he's wearing, and you see there's a line of Davek, of the giant writing tattoos, all across his chest that goes down one side and onto his ribs. The only thing that is worth hunting, dragons.
Hell yeah. I didn't actually say that. Well, actually, no, I did actually say that. And then I'll say, uh, time withstanding. But we do have a few dragon friends that may object.
He gives you a strange look. Make dragons as friends. I believe you may be thinking that dragons who are not enemies might be considered friends. But when we go places, he puts his hand on his blade and slides like 6 inches out of the scabbard. Dragons will see we are enemy. And you see that there are glowing words in Davik on his blade. He also
Sorry,
has
Davek is the language of Goliaths. Is that
it's the script. So giant is the language. Davik is the name of the script.
understood? Got it.
Same thing with like English is the language, but like the Roman script is the writing. And he has like a little miniature like dragon's head on that he wears on a necklace. And he is like on the picture, he's very heavily tattooed, but in addition to there being the designs, he has words um, that are scribed onto his body.
You make a point. I think I call people friends a little too easily. Uh, but you'd also be surprised at the people we've come across, I think.
He nods. He slides the weapon back in, like clicks it back full, and says, "So your ship can go through air, through water, and can bring power with it. Power and crafting, like oil say. Great Mother over there, we work at making good things for the hunt, and good things turned into great things last night. Is this your doing?"
We bring blessings wherever we go, I suppose.
So he does look at you, but then he kind of glances to the others in the group like that wasn't a real answer. He's trying to not necessarily press the issue, but you can tell he really does want some sort of answer.
We think that what happened last night is tied to the child, but that's all we know.
So this child brings with it power. You say it has Lerk, and it can do things to my forge. Why should we be letting you take this child away from here?
Because she's unstable in her current form. We think the only way to have her remain is by finding this Oddlier.
So you
What
say,
Siri, do I know what a bomb is? I'm trying to make a metaphor here.
I mean, you could say it could explode, but I mean, the normal version of bomb, like there are things that explode, but like our modern version of bomb, not really.
Okay, continue.
I'd like to circle back and ask him what happened to your forge last night.
So he smiles, walks over, picks up something that was on the floor, a case, and then he slams it onto the table and opens up. And inside the case, there is this enormous two-handed sword. Like it's like 9 feet long, and the blade is like 8 inches wide. And you see it's completely coated in writing. But unlike the writing on him, which is all in Davik, the writing on here is in it's an Elven. Actually, I don't remember what the Elven language is, but it's an Elven. Is it just Elven? Relanic is the name. So it's in Relanic. It's in the Elven script. And when he opens up the case, it sort of hums with potential. Like that's a very clearly magical sword.
Mm-hmm. You made this last night?
He smiles and says, "I have been making this for many years. Last night, something changed. Everything came together. The power in me," he taps his chest, "met power from somewhere else. And this," he taps on the hilt card, and you see what looks to be 6 spears pointing in a little design. He says, "This felt like gift from Stormfather. Not sure if it was or not, or if it is your child. Maybe I get power from everywhere to make this. But this, I do not think I will make its like again unless I find out how." He hefts the sword out of the thing, and you see the sword sort of shiver a little bit, and then adjust in size, like get smaller, and then get a little bit larger than it is in the case. And then he twirls it over his head, and you see the weapon shrink to avoid hitting the walls, and then kind of holds it point down, facing towards you, holding it out like full arm's length. "This is beyond my skill." He looks like he's handing.
Clearly,
Was it?
go ahead. What did you say?
Didn't we pass the forge? And there
Mhm,
was like some crazy ritual going on?
mhm.
So he's holding the weapon out to you, one.
Oh, I will take it from him.
So you take it from him, and it rapidly shrinks into being a bigger sword. Like your character, like one's not really used a sword in her life, and this seems kind of unwieldy large for you,
Mhm,
but it's like half the size that it was when he was holding it.
mm.
Is she half the size of him?
No,
I'm tall.
I think one is like 5'10" or something. I don't know. I'd have to look back.
I'd have to look. But I'm an Eladrin. I'm tall. Uh, let's see. Okay, so I will hold it and admire it and look at the runes and ask him what are what are its properties aside
So
from the obvious.
I would say like in if you want to ask that of him so that
Mhm,
he can explain it, you can do so. In character, like in world, your
mhm,
character is knowledgeable enough about arcane that if
mhm.
you hold and handle and sort of pry magically into the weapon, you're probably going to learn all of its attributes pretty quickly. Like a couple of minutes of handling it, you'll be able to figure out what it does.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then I will do that.
And I'm going to speak up. I'm going to say, because trying to think of how to diffuse the situation. So I'll say, while the child in Lyric may have provided this power, she is unstable in her current form. To allow the Lyric to bind now may mean her death and the loss of this power. It is better to delay until she is older and more able to handle the binding to the Lyric. Then the power may be available for longer. To accomplish this, we need to take her and bind her to the Odd Lyric.
One second, I need to type something.
I'll be right back. One sec.
So I typed in what the weapon does, um, and the speech was really good, and then I had to type something, and I got out of the character to be able to respond properly. Could you repeat part of it?
Yeah, I was writing out because I always have trouble like thinking these on the spot. So I just put in the chat basically the
Gotcha.
gist of it. But basically, yeah, while the child may have provided, she's unstable. We need to bind her to the Odd Lyric, is it, in order to prevent her death or potential death.
So you see his face kind of not really gloss over, but like you said, some things that he doesn't really understand too well. And then he looks over his shoulder to Great Tree, and she nods at him and says, "If this is a strong Lairk, one that needs binding when the child is so new, and you can take it somewhere to get a binding, then that should not take long for you to recover it and bring back here, yes?"
We are unfamiliar with some of these concepts ourselves. If we had someone who could help or assist, that may be possible.
She frowns a second and says, "The master of the house has wisely employed a midwife who is familiar with the spirits. If she were to attend you, she could help you with your understandings of our ways and of the Lyric. And you would not need be gone for long to find the Lyric, properly bind it to the child, and return, yes?"
That is the goal, correct.
Also, Kylie, I typed what the sword does.
Thanks.
So very clearly based on something to do with the kid. Yeah.
So you see her consider for a minute and say, I could give you a 10-day to do this. I believe it is more than you would need. And you would come back here and return our people. Yes?
Sorry, she said 10 days? Yeah.
No, she said tendies.
And
A 10-day. It's they use that more than they would use a week.
Like chicken tendies.
Yeah, a 10-day.
No quest
Chicken
we've
10-day.
ever agreed to has ever taken more than 10 days. So that's fine.
Looks at Syl pointedly.
I would reply, yes, that seems fair.
So she nods and turns back to Dacron and says, See, Lord Stone Tree, simple things can be done if we use our words correctly. They will bring you and your family back here within a 10-day, and hopefully their task will be complete. Otherwise, we will bring them back an update, and we will be able to go from there. Yes?
Are we able to do, sorry, to the party, are we able to do a sending with her if we're not ready to come back in that time?
We don't have a sending, no.
Yeah, we
Not-
do. The ship
do.
does.
We do have a sending. Yes.
Yes, you could, and you've met her now, so you can do a sending for her.
Okay, so I would respond, if we are not able to finish within that time, we would be able to update you with a sending and give you the information of when we would be complete.
She
Oh, we
shakes her head.
Powered sendings. Wow.
She shakes her head and says, No, you have a powerful ship, powerful enough to fly through air and through water. If you are not back within a 10-day, then there will be a reckoning to be had. Do not send me an update. Do not give me promises when you could bring me a person and show me that they are well and safe.
I'll look at the rest of the group for input.
It's results-oriented thinking.
Yeah. I'll nod encouragingly.
Okay, then I'll turn back to her and say, we agree to those terms.
She nods, and I think Phil would probably be the person to do this, that kind of like looks around for a second to see if there's any of those little green lines, and nothing happens.
I didn't. Don't we have to do that intentionally?
No, you do not.
Oh, okay.
Because you did it initially to Mary without being intentional, right?
That's
Mhm.
true. But that's okay.
But especially if it's me making the deal, would it happen? I don't know if I've ever made a deal with someone.
You don't know. But she nods and kind of walks away, saying, kind of like this matter's been settled. And she says, Go, be about your business. Make sure that the child stays well and return our people to us. I have things need doing, some of which involve me getting rest after a long night of this ritual.
I want to say to one telepathically as well, try not to give back that sword.
Who? No one even uses swords here. Out of character.
It's a +3. We'll figure it out.
You handle the
can you-
weapon, kind of get an idea of its properties while the Goliath is watching you, and you can see he's preening is not quite the right word, but he's very proud of what he's made and is watching you look it over, sort of enjoying you and inspecting the work. Griffle,
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure people have a chance to talk. Griffle, were you trying to say something?
I just see Griffle can use swords. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Gotcha.
Did
I
Oil on
will-
Water? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Nope.
Oh, did Oil on Water tell us how long ago she escaped?
No.
Did we ask? I don't think we did.
We didn't ask. Well, she said they lost their goblin, which
Hmm.
She lost their goblin, and then her Goliath and her escaped, and her Goliath lived out his life here.
it's not.
So the
Also, we
implication
never.
is that it's not recent,
Hmm.
because Eladrin lived way longer than both of you guys, both
Yes.
Goliath and Goblin.
And I was under the assumption that the Goliath we were talking to is also that Goliath, but apparently not.
No.
Also, we never got the Goliath's name, but that's not important.
That's true, but one's still holding the sword. Conversation's still here.
I will admire the sword and tell him this is masterful work. And then I will notice Griffle eyeing it and pass it over if she'd like to give it a
I
once
do
over.
do a few experimental swishes.
So it is a two-handed sword, and it does sort of adjust to be almost as big for you as it is for the Goliath. And yeah, I mean it's a masterwork weapon. It's magical. It readjusts itself to its wielder, and you can feel as you swing it around that the weapon further adjusts its weight to sort of balance your swing.
Oh, this is exquisite. You said the power came to you last night. You finished it.
He smiles and says, "Yes, it must be sign that the storm is to end soon, and the hunt must begin."
Why the hunt? What are the origins?
He reaches forward and taps the symbol that's on the blade and says, "This from the Stormfather himself. He come after rain and free our people from the tyrant of the north, the Blue Death. He came and struck her down, and we made a shelter, a totem of her bones, and have hunted her offspring for many, many generations." He smiles and says, "When the
What was her
storm..."
name?
What's up?
Oh, sorry.
What was her name?
We called her the Blue Death. She had another name, but I do not remember it. My great father did not tell me. He sort of shrugs it off like the name of a dragon is not important.
So I will look over to Morin and telepathically say, "You had a dream about a dragon, right?"
I had a dream about a blue dragon. Yes.
Well, so seems like that might be next, you guys.
What is your
Can you
name?
refresh
say-
me about the dream?
In my dream, I was a human with an orc wife and a half-orc son. I believe on the north coast of the Reach during the storm, and we were attacked by a blue dragon.
Right.
But I think. Let me see if I can find my notes about the dream.
Are dragons in this world, like, what do we know about dragons in this world as a standard? Like, are they generally considered intelligent creatures? Are
No.
They're
they
not. They are not
They're not.
generally intelligent. They are very feral.
right?
And so the two that we've met started out feral, and then as we talked to them, they became sentient. But now they are both reverting into being not sentient
Talked
anymore.
talked is a stretch. I
Mhm.
think there were some other actions that were important.
Communed, interfaced.
So go find Inchveer is the guy's name.
I'm sorry, what? Oh,
Go
there.
find Inchveer.
Gazoon tight.
I said, go find Inchveer is the guy's name. And if he does introduce himself, he says he is the Lugosi Smith for the peoples of the north, the Stone Tribes.
Hmm.
And he says that title like it's something you should recognize.
Do we?
I get that a lot.
I don't think any of you guys would have a reason to know. Because, like, none of you guys are from this area, and this is sort of a local title.
Okay.
Does he notice that we are confused?
He can kind of tell that the title either doesn't mean much to you guys, or you might be outsiders, you don't really understand, but he doesn't like stop to explain it.
I don't care that much.
So I'll hand the sword back, somewhat reluctantly, but fear is fear. And I'll take out my notepad and I'll sketch a little bit about the symbol of the Storm King, and just ask about what does that mean, that title?
So he says, "It means I am the one in charge of creating the weapons for the hunt. At the end of each of the reigns, we go and live our lives to the fullest. We go under the path of the Lugosi, Stormfather, and he has shown us the way. We will not take down drakes and dragons like the Great Blue Death, but we will try, build our weapons strong, build our hearts stronger, and strike the creatures from the sky and from the land. We will push them out, as our great father did for our people years and years ago."
What offspring are you talking about? If you say there are no dragons or drakes here, what offspring?
They are all over the north of the Reach. The offspring of the Blue Death. She left many clutches around, and I believe your people say they were suppressed until she was slain. There are many dragons in the north of the Reach. Not all of the Blue Death, of course, but there is much to hunt when the rains start to fall.
What if I told you that we've had premonitions of a blue dragon on the north coast?
So he'll smile and say, "Then I think you understand that tomorrow the sun will rise and later it will set. Always there are blue dragons on the coast." And so he gestures again. You asked him a couple things, right? You asked him to explain the title, and he did. And then he gestures with the sword and says, "This is the symbol the Lugosi wore when he saved our people. He held to it tight when the Blue Death was near, and so we built it into our things to honor him." And he pulls up the skull. You look on the picture, actually, there's like a tattoo underneath the little skull necklace that he wears, and you can see he has that symbol tattooed on his chest of 6 spears crossed.
Hmm. When you say crossed, you mean like laying over each other?
So it's like a circle with spears pointed outward.
Oh, okay. Wait, yeah.
So let me see if I can show you. I'll put it in perspective. Again, this is me pulling a stock photo, right? But imagine it's like that, but instead of being 2 spears, it's 6.
Sure. That's kind of what I pictured.
And it's not a symbol that any of you guys are familiar with. So, so after he gets it back and he's sort of watching Griffle kind of not only just remembering wielding the sword, but sort of admiring the sword, he says, "I am a smith for the people. If you will take this and have it drink the blood of the dragons that would hunt and eat our people, then if this is the first of many I make, maybe it is made for your hands, not mine, yes?"
Is he just straight up offering to give me the sword?
He seems
Gotta
to
kill a
be,
dragon.
he seems to be basically saying something you guys did caused him to be able to make this. If you can help him make more, then he can give you this one.
Oh, wow.
That does sound promising.
And dragons are just thought about like beasts, right? They're just like
They're
animals.
apex predators, yeah, basically.
Right.
We also
They also
learned
like don't.
recently,
Oh, go ahead.
well, that like the Fae think of them as like the power of the universe, like the great ships use dragons to power them.
Who taught us that?
I think we just learned that last session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but also, hold up, but also the great ships are the like vessels of the adversary.
Yeah. So they like,
So that's bad.
yes. Yeah, killing dragons is bad. But they're just like crazy beasts now, so nobody, it's not like people know that they could be intelligent and important, except for us.
But but hang on, I'm missing something. So they power the ships. The ship's bad because
Yep.
they're the vessels of the adversary. So killing dragons good
So
because ships
so like
know more power.
so the ships like kill the dragons, I think, to power them. Like they drain them.
Oh, okay.
Dragons are just like this incredibly powerful power source, but for whatever reason have like reverted to being dumb beasts.
Okay.
Probably because of something the adversary
Probably because
did.
they're being sucked,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So like the the wrongness, if you will, that we offered the dragons boosted their power essentially,
Yeah, like re-energized them a little bit.
like for a moment, while
Mhm.
the
But like so, for example, if we took like Vertak out of the ships, it like he'd just die.
no, Vertek has been on the ship. In fact, that's how
Oh.
we turned him into a party member.
Yeah. There was
No,
like
no, no.
some
I mean one of the world ships, not our ship.
No, like
Yeah.
literally the world ship.
Yep.
I know what
We
you're
had him
saying.
in prosperity. So he wanted
I
to
think it's
go to
more
the
of
heart.
I think it's more of a like general aura that the ships give off.
So
or
hang on. I want to hear one's explanation specifically of what was Vertag doing and how did he become a party member?
Okay, so he was hanging out outside the ship and we gave him some of our mysterious power and he wanted more of it. And so like before we gave him the power, I think he didn't have language or he like barely had language. And then we told him we could give him more power from like the heart of the ship. And so we took him there and I think he drew on the power. Is that right, Gary?
Where specifically did you find him? Where he was when you encountered him was a very specific
Is
location.
it a pool
in
of pool of
Pool of
leeches?
blood or
It's a
whatever.
pool of blood, yes.
Yeah.
It's full of leeches, but it was a pool of what blood? What was he doing in the big pool of blood?
Oh, he was in the ship's blood. It was like, yeah,
Right. And so he was drinking power from the blood of the ship.
right.
And then he rose up out of it and was like, you guys have more of this. Gimme.
Yeah. Okay. So like the ships drain the dragons to get power, but the dragons can reclaim some of that.
Right. So it's basically taking their own power back. Like it's some
Right.
draconic force that they get back from the ship. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
And we also learned from last session something because I had asked about the dragons. So she had said the dragons are like the basic building blocks of the universe, and there is the original dragon, Io, Um, so yeah, maybe Io is in trouble.
Also, if maybe this is this just popped in my head, but if dragons are experiencing a detrimental effect, and I and a few others are supposedly supposed to be immortal, are we having similar effects?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Also, Griffle, are you trying to say something, or
No, is there some disturbance?
yeah?
Yeah, I'll fix it.
I'm sensing a disturbance in the microphone.
It's all
There you
good.
go.
Okay, so also I was looking through my notes for this Lugosi thing because we have heard that name before.
have.
We have. So that writing that we found in Celestia that we showed to Renata, that like curse or whatever, that was from the Lugos.
Kadok Lugos is the person who wrote it.
Yeah.
Is that something that you bring up to the Goliath?
I think I would maybe say it out loud, kind of not to him, but just maybe to the party.
So what would you say?
I would say, oh, that's right, Lugos. I know what that is. May my death sear the shadow from the bone. That's the Lugos thing, right?
So he gives a great.
Sounds like you're. Sorry.
He gives
It
a
sounded
great.
like she was saying like lyrics. I apologize.
Yeah, and he says in this sort of sing-songy voice. None of you guys know Giant, so you don't know exactly what he's saying. But he says in a sing-songy voice something and gives this big grin and says, "Ah, so you do know the Lugos? Yes, yes. A powerful creature. The Stormfather is very helpful. He was the one that slew the great creature, was able to free my people from its cover." This is the DM not remembering. Did you say you said that Lugos was just a name that you remembered, right?
Yeah.
And Phil, did you say something about the other name? Like about Kadok?
I didn't say
He did.
that. I said that in general.
Okay. But the whole thing is like you guys have telepathic communication and like vocal communication. So I'm asking when you were like, "Oh yeah, Kadok," was that in in character? And if it was in character, was it telepathic or out loud?
It would have been telepathic.
Okay. So yeah, he's making it pretty clear that the thing that freed his people was Lugos, and Lugos slew the great dragon that was feeding on his people. And now, whenever the storm ends, during the storm they craft these weapons, gather the hunt, and then when the storm ends, they go and kill as many dragons as they can.
So I would ask him then, is Lugos Kadok Lugos?
He turns his head. Maybe the Stormfather has many names, but that is not the name my great father used for him. In the old tales, they use another name.
What name?
Bedvir Lugos.
Do you know when Lugos slayed the dragon?
He smiles and says, "Every one of our people, the Stone Tribe, knows the story, yes. And we do not know the years like you people do. We look in seasons and terms and generations, things that matter more to people with hands that need to toil in the earth, and not people with writings and tools." He sort of gestures roughly to the kind of finery of the room that he's in. And he says, "It was 2 storms ago that the Lugos slew the great beast."
Mm. 2 storms. 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 2 storms
So since you've sort of brought him to this thing, and you can tell that this is something that he has a little bit of sort of pride in and being able to be the one that says stuff about it, he says, "At the end of the storms 2 times ago, one of my great fathers went up to the mountains to see the ruin of our valley, to see what the Great Death had done, what the blue had destroyed, had eaten, had burned in its rage and the storm. And on the mountain top he found something else, a great man, 10 times as big as any of us, and he had with him this symbol on him." And he gestures to the tattoo on his chest. "And they spoke, my great father and the giant, and the giant was wary. My great father thought the giant would eat him, would destroy him, would cast him down, but the giant was not like that. It asked him what troubled him so, why he looked in his valley with such despair in his eyes, and my great father told him that the Blue Death had done this, that in the cover of the storm it had destroyed much, had taken off many things, had eaten many people. We could not see it coming when the storms were strong. And the giant did not laugh at my great father. He nodded and thought to himself, and said it would be a glory to take Great Death from the world. And then the giant leapt up into the air, across the mountains, into the great valley, and came down as a thunderbolt would onto the lair of the Great Death. And there the storm began again, and there was fire and lightning, earthquake and destruction, as the Lugos and the Blue Death fought. And our people watched from the high mountain tops to see what destruction it would bring. But every time the great Blue Death would strike out its lightning in anger and pain and try to bring ruin upon our villages, the Lugos put himself in the way. He made our people safe with body and strength, and broke the great dragon's wings and tossed her to the ground. He dragged the corpse of the great dragon to our central village, and helped us cut and cleave the great beast into the totem that protects our town now. Many, many years later, descendants of the Blue Death saw the mockery that we had made of their sire and tried to destroy our town. Our little ones were not strong then. They did not understand the way of the spear and the sword, but they learned in lightning to reclaim those powers, to take back our town, and under this symbol, he taps his chest, we retook our lands, we retook our totems, and we learned what it means to be the hunter and not the hunted. And now when the storms come, we honor our ancestors. We use the blood and bone and sinew. We use the pieces of the dragons we fought before, the ones that preyed upon us, to craft weapons and armor and things of great destruction for their kind. And when the storms have faded, when the waters recede, when they go back to their lairs with their bellies full of fish and people that they claimed during the storms, we slay them in their lairs, bring them back home for the next storm, for the next culling of the dragons.
Gary, at the very beginning of this, he said Lugos fought 2 storms ago, but according to my notes, he died 3 storms ago.
This is true.
Okay.
But our notes were unclear.
So he also said that the Lugos that he knows is a different name. So he doesn't know if it's the same person, or it's a different person. But you said the name was Karak Lugos. And he said no. The name of his great father said was Bedvir Lugos.
But didn't he just describe that the Lugos he knows died during the storm?
No.
No,
No?
Lugos didn't die.
Okay, never mind.
So basically the story is the end of one of the storms comes. They go to kind of look at how much stuff has been damaged. They see a giant. who's sitting on top of a mountain. At first, think that he's another sort of enemy, and then find out that after they tell the giant what's been going on, the giant goes off and rouses the great dragon from its lair, and then fights it, and then kills it and drags its corpse back to their town, and that's where they sort of make their totem against dragons.
Yeah.
And then later
yeah.
on, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so I have written down that storm giants live for like close to 2,000 years. And that Kadak Lugos
Only lived for
was,
240.
yeah, from around 540 to 780. Hmm. Okay.
So you've heard this guy kind of give his spiel, his kind of origin story of who he is.
So I think our next thing is we need to go check out the lake, right?
Yep.
Yeah, does Boss Man want to go with us? Mr.
Yeah.
Stone Tree.
I mean, yeah, if you guys are taking the kid, he's going with.
And we're checking out the lake because that was the last place that Clotho saw the Oddlier.
Yes, we're probably going through a portal. Or something like it.
By the way, if you guys did have a moment where you're like, well, actually, how long? Because I think someone said like, actually, how long ago was this thing? And he's like, he doesn't do numbers like that. Oil on Water would speak up and say that it was like around 450 years ago.
450. I can't do math like that.
That is the time of the second most recent storm.
Correct. So you have the one now. You have one that was about 200 years ago. You have one that's about 450 years. So it's saying
931.
Yeah, so the storm of 931 is the storm in the story.
Gotcha.
Hmm. Okay. Who wants to go diving?
Let's do it.
We have to reply to Aegis at some point as well.
Yeah, I
Sure.
have it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So threw it in our thread on Discord, but I'll say happy to provide dragon details, difficult to convey in few words. Can we meet? Will provide progress notes soon. Should we be concerned for on?
You send that off, and then you get that same sort of like almost like slipping sensation. Like it doesn't quite connect. And then it sort of pauses. You get the impression that rather than shunting it off to somebody else, that like he wasn't really available at the moment and sort of it went to answering machine more or less.
Ugh.
So rude.
Hey, he's a busy man. He's got to fight off an
Yeah,
absurd
yeah,
amount of
yeah.
enemies.
So do we.
Not yet.
So, Expeer looks like he sort of won at least some sort of points. He kind of again gestures with the sword towards Griffle. Kind of that same thing of, well, you figured how this happened. I got something for you. He goes and he places the sword back in the container and clips it shut. And then Oil and Water will kind of step forth and say, "You have a 10-day. Go and find the Lairg, or find your Atelier to connect with your Lairg, I should say, and come back. Bring my people back to me. I am not in the habit of allowing them to be taken by outsiders, but there are circumstances here."
Griffle will speak up and say, I've sworn to protect this child, no matter what. And by extension, I swear to protect her family as well.
She nods to you and then kind of turns and gestures for the Goliath to leave. She says a couple things to Stone Tree, but it's more or less reminders, right? You're going with them. You'll be back in a 10-day. I don't want to hear any excuses. You can't shirk all of your responsibilities. I'll look after things while you are away, but I have other things and other duties. And then she leaves. So,
Guess we're going back to the ship.
Yeah, I did want to ask though. I want to ask Stone Tree Dacron, why this town is safe from the Leviathans. Like the beacons were off, yet they're not being attacked so close to the water. Is that normal?
he shrugs and says, "Their people have different reasons for believing things. The lake is supposed to be blessed, so there are no Leviathans. I don't know what is the reason, but I have never heard of a Leviathan attack in the lake or around it for the many years I have lived here. Lived here my entire life, and a child could take a boat out onto the lake and be safe."
You said that they're safe. You also said that there were no Leviathans. We detected Leviathans deep down. Is it that there are none, or that they just never come close to the surface?
He shrugs and says, "There have never been one seen at the surface or detected. If there are some far under the waters, as long as they stay away from here, I do not care."
I'll nod.
Lord Stone Tree, forgive my intrusion. Do you know where your beacons are and what they are used for?
The city does not have any beacons, but there are 2 ships, rivercraft, that go from here to Wormhall that have small beacons on them, I believe. There are Leviathans in the river from here to Wormhall. At least there have been some spotted in the past. And a few years ago, there was a fishing crew that was taken by one. But they've been in port since the weather has turned.
Coincidence, then. I nod.
Oh, obviously wasn't those beacons having anything to do with the storm. It was the ships are
Yeah.
docked because of the storm.
Yeah, it's interesting though that we detected Leviathans and they've never come to the surface, which means there must be something at the bottom drawing them to it.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Well,
go ahead, one.
if there's a portal to the wilds, excuse me, down there, maybe they are attracted to the energy.
Yeah.
Do we
Also,
know much about Leviathan, like biology? Do we know if they are like regular creatures in the sense that they require like food and do they eat and shit and sleep?
I mean, so we spent some time researching them, but like didn't really learn a whole lot. Um, we know they're real big. We know they can live a long time. There's apparently a Leviathan deity, but I don't think we didn't figure out like they're not conscious as far as we know. Like yeah,
Or like force of nature kind of thing.
I think as far as we know. But there was this guy, Saint Tythan, who like went
Oh
around
yes,
with
and I like hold my holy symbol up.
yeah. So I think his story was that he communed with the Leviathan. Like he was supposed to have gone around and communed with them and formed a religion based on them. But then I don't think there was a lot of like concrete details. Like it's all very kind of mythic.
Well, the story of Saint Tython would be something that your characters are familiar with, at least some version of it, right? Where he went overboard at a storm at sea, and then a Leviathan came and he survived. And his story was that he communed with the Leviathan and learned truths about the ocean and about the waves, and that's where the religion came from. Sort of the idea of the lion's den, right? The believer goes into the lion's den and walks out unharmed as a proof of being special.
Mm-hmm.
So I had two kind of thoughts. One is, so it was mentioned the ship can go underwater. Have we actually done that before? The party?
Yes.
Yeah, you haven't.
I haven't. No. Yeah. Okay. So cool. And then number two. So if there's a portal at the bottom, and we're thinking it goes to the wilds, I forget how we got that knowledge, but my thought is if we go to the bottom and disrupt any leviathans that are down there, that might force them to the surface, making the town unsafe. Would it be better to just plane shift to the wilds if that's where we need to actually go?
Problem
I'm
with
gonna go
plane
with-
shifting to the wilds is that we wouldn't be able to actually pinpoint where we want to go in the wilds.
Yeah.
Right. So
Whereas we know from Clotho that the portal at the bottom of Lake Obai, I presume the bottom of Lake Obai is the last place that she knew that the Oddlier was.
Okay, so if we go down there, my thought then would be we want the weapon system to get rid of any leviathans,
Teleport
not chase
them
them away.
into
Yeah.
the sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than chase them to the surface, right? We don't want to deter them
Yes.
away from the portal.
Yeah. I
Yes.
think I'm okay with tossing them into a sun.
Oh yeah,
That
me too.
seems-
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. As someone who's like generally interested in like biology, what if the leviathans are like protecting from a larger threat?
Like there's something
You
bigger
know,
down
you
there?
ever watch Star Wars? There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. Yeah, but that fish can go to the sun too.
Okay. All I'm saying is that there's a portal to the Fey realm in the bottom of the lake. Maybe things come out of the portal and the leviathans are eating that instead of people.
Yeah,
Mm,
good point.
that's
And we
true.
should analyze that when we're down there. I'm just worried that if we chase them away from the portal and they come to the surface and take over the town while we're
All I'm
gone.
saying is kill everything.
I'm not even sure that we're going to be able to get all the way down using the ship. Like,
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, so what was the last time you guys
I
were
don't think we can go through
underwater?
the portal though.
Philly was driving.
I was driving.
recklessly, I might add.
We were trying to teleport somewhere, and we teleported deep under the ocean.
I didn't try to teleport. We successfully teleported. Thank
We
you.
successfully teleported.
How deep? Like 2 miles deep? Because we're going at least 2 miles.
I don't know how far underwater we were at that time.
Pretty far underwater. but
Pretty
yeah, I don't
far.
know.
Yeah, well,
The
let's go
Leviathan,
down and
the
see.
anti-Leviathan system turned on.
It did. Saved our bacon. Well, we should tell Oil on Water that we hope it's not the case, but if we go to the bottom of this lake, it could rile up some leviathans. So have people.
Well, we
stay
turned
away
on
from the
2
water.
beacons now in the town, so
Yeah, but like also people should, not go on the water.
I
Like people just stay away from the shore for a little bit.
Yeah, how do you word that in a way that won't annoy her and make her say you're doing something stupid?
I mean, it's just the reality of the situation.
All right, I'll let you tell her.
All right. So I will say to her that when we travel to the bottom of the lake, we believe that it could cause a disturbance in the Leviathan that stay very deep. We don't know if that will prompt them to be more aggressive. So it's better for folks to stay off the water until we return.
She nods and says, I will tell my Marin to speak with Ishiashaya. They will warn our people if any come close.
All right, I'll look at Stone Tree and say, I assume the preparations to leave are complete. Let us get everything that is needed gathered and prepped for the voyage.
So he gestures towards the servants to kind of get all their stuff together. And you can see that everything's been sort of packed up and set aside, right? So like the foyer, the entry room that you guys initially walked in, is just covered in like boxes and chests and trunks and suitcases and stuff. They gathered a whole bunch of stuff to take with them.
You know we're just gone for a 10-day, right?
He says, yes.
Damn Noble. I'm like muttering to myself. I'm like, damn Noble's taking the kitchen sink and everything.
He says, but I do not know what sort of things we might find, what things we might have to leave in a hurry.
Oh yeah, it's an outfit for every weather. I know.
He nods at that, like, yes, she understands. Good.
Now, Lord Stonetree, I've been wearing the same pants for like 4 months now. Surely you can survive on less than that.
He says, my wife has just given birth. I do not wish her to merely survive. I wish her to be comfortable.
And you expect her to be comfortable under the water on a strange ship with 7 strangers.
I expect her to be more comfortable with the things that she wants that are hers close at hand than if she needs something and it is not there.
You know what? That's reasonable. That's reasonable.
I asked the party, is there an easy way to get onto the ship? Can we spin onto the ship?
Can
or
I
anything?
just tell it to land?
So there are the short range spin. You can spin from the ship like a short distance.
Okay, and can we just quickly like spin all this stuff up? Is that easy enough then?
Yeah.
All right, I'll just start moving stuff up and working with Griffle and Plucky to spin it up.
From?
They've got servants, so all 6 of the households. Well, actually, probably 4 of the household servants. 2 of them will probably stay with Lady Stonetree. They kind of get stuff outside, and if you tell them where to stand, they'll stand in the right spot to get it to spin up to the ship. Be very surprised about it, and you can tell there's a certain amount of there's a little bit of a shortness if you offer to help them. Like, this is their job. No, really, I've got it. Don't touch. So unless you guys are super insistent, they're not going to let you help with the luggage.
Fair. I'll just more help guide and say, stand here, go here, blah blah blah.
Very captainy things. Yes.
Yes. So the only one that takes a little bit of extra time, so you can very quickly get everything up on the ship. The only thing that takes a little bit of extra time is actually sending Lady Stonetree up onto the ship, and that just takes a little bit of time because to get her like properly situated, to get her to the point where she feels like she can leave the house, and then get teleported up to the ship. So as soon as they're on the ship, the servants go into the one of the crew quarters and basically, make an area for Lady Stonetree, you can tell that basically all of everyone's attention is on Lady Stonetree and making her comfortable, and not a lot of like getting everything else set up. So as soon as you guys tell them basically where the quarters are that they can use, that's what the Stonetree household is going to focus on.
And none of them are affected by Al-Shaib or anything
No.
like that? Okay, good. Kind of slipped my mind until just now.
So yeah, none of them seem to be affected, and you guys are all back on board the ship.
Can we ask Al why he's making an exception, or
I thought it was never Al Shaib in the first place. It was the ship's wording.
clear?
But why would Al Shaib have the ability to override that?
Isn't he locked in security?
But that doesn't mean he is security.
Do you want to try to talk to Al-Shaib?
If he's receptive to hearing from me, then yeah, like I won't force it, but I'll just say like Al.
Doesn't respond.
Okay.
It's been a little while since he's responded to you all.
Been a while.
Oh well. Well, now hang on. Now that makes me worry a little. Then I'll prod more insistently. Al.
Nothing.
Can you check
The amount of
containment
extra
power
insistence
source?
in there was minimal, just gotta say.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah.
So, when is the last time you guys have had any contact with Al-Shaib?
Hatterai was the last,
Yeah. Hatterai. So
which would have been like 20,
days.
30 hours ago only.
Yeah.
Is primary containment still drawing a bunch of power?
Yep.
Is there still an unauthorized intruder in security?
Not being looped, but there is. Actually, neither one.
No.
There's no marker of an unauthorized person in the system. Brain. What's it called? Yes.
Hatterai, did you figure out how to release Al Shaib from his binding?
He shakes his head. I have been with you most of this time, and I do not know how to release Al-Shaib. No. He kind of steps lightly and goes to sit down pretty quickly and says, but your Al-Shaib made it clear that he did lose something, some bit of his self, to make a deal with me. Bargain I am much appreciative of, even if I'm fairly tired right now. He taps his leg.
We
I'm sorry. So wait, does it still say that there's a bound temporal intruder in security?
No.
No, it doesn't.
That was the judge.
It was
I
not the
think.
judge.
that was
That
the loop in engineering.
and I confirmed that bound temporal intruder still existed in security after we had dealt with the judge.
Correct.
It's either
Do we
Al
still
or
not
that
have
meatball.
access? Do we still not have security or access to security?
Correct.
Can
More or
we
less, you need more concordance, basically, and you have not gotten any.
Right.
can we stand in the ritual circle and try to go to Al Shaib's area?
So when you go into the captain's quarters and go to the ritual circle that you use to commune with Al-Shaib, the runes and the markings on the ground, do you guys remember what it looked like the very first time you were in here?
Yeah, it was lit
They
up.
were all lit up.
Yeah, everything was lit up. Other than that, there's been some things like individual things that would glint with light, or maybe a symbol that would be lit up while you're in there. When you go in there at this time, everything is dark in the captain's quarters. Like you have to turn on a light to see anything. So
And so if we try to, I mean, it seemed like every other time we just sort of like stood in there and kind of like wished to go, and that worked, right?
yeah,
And this time,
doesn't do anything. Like you've done it a couple times now, so that buildup of arcane energy and then the transporting you to wherever else, you kind of know what it feels like even when it's like building up to happen. Now it just seems like a room.
Hatterai fucking killed him, man.
Or he's just taking a nap.
So, do you guys want to keep trying to find a way to contact Al Shaib, or are you guys heading down or doing something else? What's the plan?
So, sorry, Al Shaib, we know for a fact, like, he's tied to the ship and the power, or not?
You've been given conflicting information.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I was thinking the ship's still gaining power. If we know that's coming from Al, then he's okay and just, like, take a nap or something. Or it's coming from somewhere else and irrelevant.
It is Morin's understanding, based on the bindings on Al Shaib, that he is not the power source for the ship. I was told that he did power the ship.
I
Huh.
think he is.
Both of those statements are what?
What?
He said.
I was told by Filibuster and One that Al
Yes.
Shaib powered the ship.
I thought that's what he
And in
told
looking
us.
at the bindings on Al Shaib, it did not seem that he was bound to the ship as a power source, or that he was even bound to the ship itself.
And Al Shaib has told us several times that he is not the ship, but we had assumed that he was in some way powering the ship because in those little globe things there were elementals powering them, right?
Correct.
Like we think that the ship runs on elemental power, and he is a big elemental.
Maybe he's powering the power source of the ship. So, Morin, what did the bindings seem to be then?
I did not recognize them, and I had never seen any kind of binding like that.
Okay, so my current thought is we have too many problems to deal with. We have one that we know to be time sensitive. We have the week to do stuff with Stone Tree and the child.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the Blue Dragon on the North Shore.
Yep.
And now Al.
Yep.
What seems highest priority?
I think the child, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which is where I'm leaning as well. So let's focus on that. Maybe Al just needs a rest. We can come back to him in a couple days and make sure he's okay, or, not. I don't know.
What if Hatterai is the adversary?
Pulling a Kaiser Sose on us.
Literally.
Yeah.
I mean, so far he hasn't really done anything except what we've asked of him, right?
That's exactly what he wants you to think.
But has he actually done anything?
He got us in contact with Lord Stonetree, got us here, got us into the house, and helped with the child. I don't think we would have been able to do any of that without his, introductions. So, I mean, he's at least been useful.
Gary, I'll be a little bit more blunt with Hatterai, because
You could
everyone's.
you could have Syl look at him with his summer night's eyes. See if he's an
Well, I
illusionist.
figured we were just
Oh,
going to
yeah.
ask him what his binding. He's been sort of vague on the binding. So Gary, I'll be like, Hatterai, you've been sort of use the same words. You've been sort of vague about your conversation with Al, and now he's a little unresponsive. It's kind of odd. Could you give us more info?
The Al-Shaib made a bit of a bargain with me, different than your bargain. And it's really hard for me to speak in the cadence that he talks in. The bargain that Al-Shaib made with me is different than the one he made with you. We agreed that I would aid you in your efforts to free him, and the specifics of the aid that I would give would be knowledge, would be to offer my insights into whatever you needed. But he wished something from me that I felt unwilling at the time to give. And so a compromise was made. If I was to give him something that by its very nature would be secretive, I would from him get a small portion of his power to recover what I have lost. That should help me be able to keep up with you when you go off on your adventures. But it is part of the agreement that this is secret. And I understand how this can be very suspicious seeming to you. But I can offer nothing except to say that it is something I have made in good faith with Al-Shaib, and if it is something that I share with you, it will be a breaking of our agreement, and likely will remove the limited mobility I have gained.
Are you able to at least tell us why he is no longer able to respond?
I do not know for certain, but it did seem to take something out of him to affect me and to affect something in the outside. I do not know if he has done this for you, but it seemed like this was maybe the limitation of his power to be able to give me something of what I have lost. I believe maybe he is expended. He is tired, for lack of better terms.
And is this permanent for the duration of your contract?
He shrugs. I do not know. I would suspect it is not that long, but I would think that he would need time to recover from doing something outside of his binding. I think that he has very limited ability to affect things outside of his realm, and he taps his leg. This is something he made work outside of his containment.
That seems like a very sound explanation for once.
Right? I think this is something that can be left for a few days. If Al's still not responding, we can deal with it more. But for now, I feel we have other priorities.
That also could explain why our guests are not being affected. Team?
Yeah, which is kind of a good thing at the moment.
Yep.
So I'll say that I never met Al Shaib prior to joining the party, but I've been on the ship and I never experienced what you guys are talking about.
But you've been on one plane of the ship, not the rest.
No, I was on the ship itself.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're a nerd, so
Is Griffle a nerd? Because I don't think she was affected the same way, right?
no,
Wasn't and like it was so Griffle's not intelligent enough to make anything of it. Because I just assumed that it was like a weaker constitution from like the squishies basically.
Even though
I
I'm pretty sure my
they were
constitution is
by
better than
something.
yours.
Yeah, I just assumed that you were affected by something that I wasn't affected by.
Weak bloodline.
Could it have been? Sorry, shot in the dark. I feel like we're spending way too much time on this. Could it have been like immortal races? Like considering, quote unquote immortal races.
I guess.
Oh wait, no, Griffle. Never mind. I'm stupid. Griffle is part in that group. Never mind. Move on.
No, I was one of the ones that she was like.
No, but I'm saying I was affected though. Is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
So we've been going for a long time. Let's take a 5-7 minute break, go to the bathroom, get water, whatever, and we'll come back at 55.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. So, kind of as people getting stuff situated, one of the servants comes back out to you guys as you're going around. And it seems to be one of the older servants, the one that's mostly been taking care of Lady Stone Tree. And she comes up and kind of looks around like she's not exactly sure who to talk to, and then settles on Griffle, whose helm looks more like the helm while she's on the ship, and goes, excuse me, are there any places here that are need to have explanations with them? We can find things on the ship, but we do not wish to wander into places that you would find off limits, any private quarters or things that we shouldn't go to.
Stay off the spin disc.
Yeah.
I would say anything we don't want them to access, they won't be able.
I mean, I think so, yeah, but I would rather be safe than sorry and just say, I'm sorry to say, but for the duration of your stay here, you will be limited to just the quarters and mess hall. We can't have you walking into anything unexpected.
She nods. And in your mess, there is a table. Would we be permitted access to that?
Oh yes, absolutely. And I'll like speak with Plucky and allow like guest access to the food.
And so she's like, so is this something that we will need to use and ration? How often can we do? Should we get food for our 10-day and store?
Oh, no. Let me show you. And I take them to the mess hall and show them the replenishing table. You can eat as much as you like.
You can tell that like it takes a second to sink in. Oh. So with these your people have never have hunger.
Well, my people have certainly known hunger. I have not been here for very long. But it does seem a wondrous thing, doesn't it?
Here, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are all the servants the same race?
All the servants but one are human, yes. And the one servant that's not looks like he's mostly human.
Mostly human.
Like he's got some
Human passing, at least.
he's got some like characteristics that looks like he might have either elven or Eladrin blood, but he's primarily human. It's like he's a little thinner. He's a little bit more of a porcelain like complexion. His ears are slightly pointed. Like he's not a half elf, but maybe has some lineage in the past that was elven. but he's the only one of the servants that isn't fully human, I guess. So it takes a few minutes of talking with the servants where you're kind of explaining to them like the basics of the ship, and the basics of the ship for them is like, this thing is a marvel. Like that one room has more wealth in it than their entire Lord's Manor does.
Smells like pour in here.
Also, have they gone on deck and seen the shield, like, preventing the rain and stuff? Like, the ship is a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are in awe of the ship in general. But for people that live in sort of a border town in the middle of nowhere, hey, this is the thing to keep the rain out. That's kind of cool. Hey, here's the thing that gives you infinite food of whatever kind of food you want. That's a different thing.
Yeah, fair.
I guess it's a more like relatable wonder. Like people growing up in a small village don't often think, "Man, I wish I could like go underwater infinitely." They're like, "Man, I wish I wasn't hungry all the time."
Right. So people kind of get settled in, and you can tell that there's like lots of people outside watching the ship as it goes to leave. And Plucky sends a little ping in your head, and you see it say, there are 8 new individuals on board. Should they be added to piloting manifest?
Remind me again, is that like guests or?
Basically, the ship realizes that you're going to go someplace, and people have to crew the ship for it to fly. And it's saying, do you want to include these people so that we can use their will to fly?
Oh, and do they have to actively do anything or just be
They
Well,
have to
around?
actively control the vessel, yeah.
And I'd say no, like, especially, like, woman who just gave birth and child, no.
No, yeah, no. And like the child won't be able to help it either.
So they brought 5 servants with them?
6 servants. So it's a total of well, technically 9 people, but the ship is not including the infant.
Okay.
I would say no to all of them.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Okay. So head out to the lake. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Anything you want to do before?
I like it.
Put
So-
the rake in the lake.
So you fly out of Three Trees. On the way out, you can actually see the 2 smaller crafts, one of which looks kind of like a glorified river barge. You know, it doesn't really look like a ship in the traditional sense. It's more like a large flotilla with like beams and stuff. And the other one does look like a small craft. And you can tell that those are the 2 locations of the beacon that have pulled themselves out into the water a little bit, and you can see you're kind of getting a like a rundown now that they're charged. A lot of people are watching. Some people are waving as the ship sort of flies by, and you can see that there's like everybody here is going to remember this day. And the ship flies out and just goes straight into the water. So you go down, the water parts for the ship, and that shield, that egg shape shield around the ship, flexes slightly and gets a little bit smaller as it goes underwater, and then starts to dive down. As you guys make your way away from Three Trees, the ship sort of angles to stay with the ground or with the floor. So unless you tell it to do something different, it's going to go down way faster than it goes out, because about 150 yards, 200 meters or so away from the shore, there's a dramatic drop off, and where the water goes like almost straight down, like the base of the lake goes almost straight down.
Yeah, like a normal lake, right?
Question about how that affects the
ship, do we have like our own gravity, meaning like we don't have to worry about like holding on to something? Are we going to be adhering to like
So,
I
yeah,
don't know, like
as long as the ship stays level, it will not have any problems. And the ship will kind of send you a thing saying that unless it is in an area where there is no gravity, it will follow the gravity of whatever plane it's on. So, like the ship can't turn, like it won't go straight up and down. Like it's not going to dive like a submarine. It's just going to stay level and then go down, like almost like more like an
right,
elevator.
okay, so okay, yeah, I'm with you now. I'm with you. Yeah. Okay, that's much better than I thought.
Yeah.
Um,
If it did dive like a sub, you would have to hold on.
I
Go
thought
ahead.
subs mostly were horizontal. Side point. Anyway, doesn't matter. While we're diving, the one thing I definitely want to monitor is if we're going down fast, I want to get the scans for the Leviathans going and see if we can detect them.
I don't think you guys have figured out how to turn the scans off. So they're
Okay,
always on.
good, perfect. Yeah, even better.
So the scans are part of the ship's defensive systems.
Yeah, I just more meant like if as long as we get active notifications if something's detected.
Yeah. I assume you guys didn't just like blind yourselves and jump into the water. So you guys head down. After about 10 minutes of descending, not like super fast, but descending at a reasonable pace. The light around you, there's a little bit of a glow from orbs and the parts of this and the orbs and parts of the ship, but it gets a little eerie because everything outside of the ship is darkness except for you can see the slope of the bottom of the lake in the background. So as you continue to descend, it gets completely dark outside of the ship, and the systems show up that there is no Leviathan activity nearby. And you continue to go down and down, and the ship, as you continue to go down, sends up a warning saying primary sensors reduced to 2 miles in all directions. So basically, with water in every direction, your long range sensors are a little bit less effective. You continue to go down, and then the sensors kind of line back up and say, Plucky says, planar anomaly detected, and then shows you on screen that there is something that's down and a little bit further into the middle of the lake.
I
Yet
think
no
that's what
Leviathans?
No Leviathans.
But we detected them earlier for sure, right?
Yes.
only two of them, and they were small. They were like category 1.
So the small Leviathans, yeah. So the ship continues to descend, and then the lake bed starts to level out a little bit to where you're now traveling about equally down as you are forward in order to follow the bed of the lake. Whereas previously it was like you go like 4 or 5 feet down to go 1 step over or 1 foot forward. Now it's roughly a 45-degree angle still going down. As you guys continue to go down, you see there is this kind of dark greenish light off in the distance. And you see this enormous, what to you guys looks like a shield, kind of looks like the shield on the ship. That's at the bottom of the lake in the distance. That is this dark green glow that wouldn't be noticeable from as far away if it wasn't completely pitch black down here. That doesn't mean that there's no life around. You see fish and other small animals and everything. The lake is full of stuff, most of which swims away basically as soon as the ship gets close. But it's not dead. There's definitely things down here, but you don't see any signs of the Leviathan. And as you guys continue to approach this kind of green glowing barrier, you can see that it's kind of arcing slightly away from the ground and is giving off that sort of uniform dark green glow. As you approach it, the bottom of the lake goes right up to the edge of this. Again, it kind of looks like a shield. And as you're down here, when the ship is moving through the water, initially it creates a little bit of disturbance in the water, but down here, every time when the ship's passing along, when you look behind you, there's this enormous cloud, a wake of particles behind you that makes it to where behind you, visibly, you're basically blind. There's a cloud of stuff that you've kicked up that is behind you. And in front of you and around the bottom of the ship, there is this dust that is everywhere that is kind of picked up. And you can see as the ship settles near the edge of the green glowing shield, that a lot of that dust sort of flies up from the bottom as the ship comes to a halt and lands on top of the shield and slowly starts to settle back down.
Now that we're closer, is this shield portal big enough for the ship to pass through?
This thing looks like it goes on as far as you can see, and it goes on as far as the ship's sensors can see.
Oh, so yes.
It seems to be like the whole bottom of the lake, at least from what you can tell. Although visibly, it's a little hard to see it for a little while because that dust that comes up, some of it kind of goes up, gets on top of the shield, and then the ship sort of lets it pass through, and then it falls down almost like ash around the interior of the ship. But it's going to take a few minutes for it to fade.
Is because I'm assuming we didn't let Lord Stormtree into this the captain's quarters, which I think is where we are all at piloting the ship. Should we talk to them, make sure they're doing okay and happy to travel through a random portal?
They knew what they were signing up for.
Yeah, my assumption is you guys are actually on deck.
Oh, okay. Is Lord Stormtree with us and just kind of,
He's with his wife, unless you guys wanted to go get him. A couple of the servants look like they're on deck that are just watching the stuff go by.
Yeah, well, as long as everyone seems cool, yeah, let's just jump through a random portal. Why not?
So
Big enough for the ship to just fly through it, or
it's a question of what you want to do. You're here and you're seeing the dust settle. The ship has sort of come to a stop at the edge.
Oh, why don't you ask Plucky if Plucky has any sensors that can analyze the portal, where it might go, and if it's safe to go through?
oh yeah, I'd definitely do that.
So it responds, sensors do not cross planes. Planar boundary is disrupting all sensors.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
So it would also say additional sensors on this side of the plane are dampened by presence of organic material.
Huh?
What?
The dust.
Dust, yeah.
So the dust's organic?
Some of the dust came into the shield, right? You said?
Yeah.
Can I do like a detect magic on it?
You get the dust very soft and fine. It's like a powder almost. And it doesn't seem to have any magical properties on it. But it's not, it doesn't feel like anything that you're used to before. It's not quite sand, and it's not quite dust either. It's like very soft sand.
Sorry, Foxy, we're still getting a lot of feedback from your mic.
Foxy,
Yep, got it.
thank you.
Sorry, it takes me. I can fix it easily. It just takes me a second.
That's
So
okay.
No problem.
I didn't know
thanks.
you heard us. So yeah, it's like sand, but it's super soft, and it's kind of white, like off-white.
Hmm. Do I recognize it in any way?
Let me...
I'm just wondering if it's like Leviathan that attempted to go through portal and failed.
Mm-hmm.
Exploded.
Right? I don't want to end up as dust. Gary just does a total party kill as we try and go through a portal. I mean, it wouldn't even be the silliest thing I've done in a campaign with Gary, so
Toss the baby in first.
So, one, you know enough to know that this is some sort of natural thing, but you don't know what it is. So it doesn't feel like it's like magically created or something like that. There's something about it that's like, no, this is just something I don't recognize. Like maybe it's a mineral, or it's something that you're not quite familiar with. Something seems familiar about it, but you don't really know. Maybe you can ask somebody else that might be able to take a look.
Yeah, does anybody
Fearful spends a
knows?
lot of time on boats.
For
Hmm.
reference, this is knowledge of natural materials, so this is a nature or dungeoneering check.
Ooh, I could do either.
I'll hold my
Uh,
finger up to Griffle.
Sniff this.
Smell my finger. Excellent. One moment, please.
Are you
All right.
actually
Well, yeah, I'm gonna make a check. My nature and dungeoneering are both the same. So I guess
So it's a
I
question
will.
of so here's the difference, right? So if you think your character would default to assuming that this is something of like deep places, like underground, then it's going to be dungeoneering. If you think this is a more natural world thing, like just something naturally found in nature and the surface world and plants and animals, then that's going to be a nature check.
Let's go with dungeoneering then. I think it's at the bottom of a lake that is like stupidly big for its size. It's also a man-made lake as well. Now that we know that as well, I'm gonna go with dungeoneering.
Okay. Wow. Hang on. Hang on. I want to show you something real quick. Hang on.
Anything less than a 20 was death.
No, okay, so it's a knowledge check, right? So you're not the one that rolls it. It's me that rolls it. I just needed to know which one you wanted me to roll.
Oh no!
However,
Oh, sad.
Did he also get a 20?
No.
so I want to show you what I rolled. It's in
It's a
Prosperity.
1. It's a 1, right?
Nice.
What?
Nice.
Look at
Whew.
So that's just very cool.
I would just thank you for not wasting my 20 characters. I would have been really upset.
Now, that being said, again, we don't always play, and I wasn't clear that it was going to be a hidden check. I would have used your roll even if I rolled a 1. So that was never in question. I just was very surprised because we both rolled at basically the same time. And it was funny that it was double 20. So when you get this, and like there's a kind of a joke there, like smell it, you're like, well, actually, that could be useful. If you take a smell of it, you're like, this is a very distinctive smell. And you go and you gather, like you get enough of it, or go to the edge of the shield and get some of it from the ground to kind of hold together in your hands, and it's very soft. And when you do, you're like, I actually know what this is. So on the cliffs to the southern part of the central island, or to the inner sea, where like the zombies and stuff are, there are some things that do prey on the zombies and they grind them up. There are mostly like big predator monsters, but there are also like snakes and things like that. And if they're pieces of the corrupted creatures that they can't fully digest, that they then kind of throw back up. And you've seen in the uh, in the shoreline, there are these little caves, and in those caves there'll be these areas of very fine, what feels like sand, but it's not. It's bone dust. These
Oh.
are the regurgitations or the process of dissolving these other creatures. And as you look around, you've seen a pile of bone dust that might fill up one of your palms, like just the inside of your hand. And when you look to side, it's as far as you can see, and it looks like it's pretty deep on the bottom of the of the lake.
Oh,
Is this
yeah.
not a portal? Is this just a giant mouth?
It's an elephant graveyard.
I mean, a mouth is just a portal to a stomach, so.
Mm-hmm. We're just gonna go inside the biggest Leviathan ever.
So
Yeah.
that's what you can tell. This entire area is covered in a thick layer of bone dust.
Okay.
Oh, did we take the lady who actually knows about the lyrics and stuff? She's one
No.
of the 6.
Actually, I did not put her on the crew, but there was a discussion about her coming with. So
Yeah.
I think we would take her, right?
yeah, let me
Yeah.
put that in the notes real quick, because when you talked about the lyric, Oil and Water said that you should take her.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, and I
don't-
wanted to ask her,
The shaman, right?
like, how do we
Yeah.
actually go about finding what we need? Like, is there some way to detect? So.
Let me get these on notes before.
Mm-hmm. Because, yeah, I just want to see if we can detect anything here, or if we should actually go through the portal.
Okay, so the shaman is with you. Her name is Gvar. And yeah, so she would actually probably be one of the people that's on deck, watching kind of everything that's going on. So you wanted to ask her what? What do you want to say to her?
So what we're looking for an Oddleer. Is there a way to detect the Oddleer? Should we try here? This is the place we were told to look. Otherwise, we can go through the portal.
So she shrugs and says, "My Lairk my Adlir says that this place is all of Ishiashaya's waters. If you commune with someone here, it will be with her. I am not knowing what is on the other side, but Ishiashaya is not what we need."
Okay, then we should proceed through.
Mhm.
And this also matches up. Like, you've kind of been told that Ishiashaya is the spirit of the lake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So is the plan just fly through, see what happens?
Yep.
Pretty much.
When has that not been the plan?
Okay. So you go to fly forward. There's a little bit of resistance, it's almost like a bubble that needs to be popped. It's not enough that the ship has to try to get through it, but you can see it sort of part, almost like a membrane, I guess is the best way to say it. And when the ship kind of breaches the barrier and you see it kind of slowly sliding through, you can see that some of the dust and stuff that's on the side doesn't follow through. So more or less, it's permeable, but you have to like push to get through it. You can't just fall through. It does take effort to get through. And like the dust and some of the debris and probably even like some of the fish and stuff that's down here wouldn't be able to cross the barrier. So you pass through and it's much lighter on the other side. You still get the sensation that you're very deep underwater. But as you pass through the barrier, you see the kind of ship get filled with the light and all the sensors on the ship kind of go down for a second, and then you can feel them, I should say Griffle. You can feel them powering back up. And then you see the little vents on the side of the ship, the holes on the ship that kind of open up and those discs come out. All of the discs, all the things on the side open up, and the discs, they don't come completely out, but they kind of stick a little bit above the surface of the side of the ship. Like they're sort of on deck, quite literally on deck. And you see some of the wardings and lights on the ship start to like slowly oscillate, and they start sending light out into the area around the ship itself, almost like searchlights. But there is sort of a weird oscillation for everybody who's not Griffle. Griffle, I sent you a message.
Where did you? Oh yeah, I see it. Unidentified content. A contact. Oh no. Oh no. There is another vessel coming towards us.
may be as powerful as we are. Oh, the the weapon systems are unable to lock onto it. The emergency the emergency phase shift, whatever it's called. What's it called?
ESAT, so it's the teleportation.
The ESAT, the teleportation. The emergency teleportation is engaged, but communications are malfunctioning. Secondary engineering is malfunctioning. Power to secondary containment unit increased by 50%.
So you get this like sirens going off in your head. Everybody else on the ship, it looks like there's a little bit of lights going on, but nothing that's like gonna make you alarmed. What do you want to do?
Can we hail the other ship?
Communications are malfunctioning.
Okay, no. Can we see the other ship, or it's too far away?
1 mile.
Oh. Well, can we just surface?
Are we still underwater?
You're still underwater, yeah. The water is
Did we-
a different color, and there's more light here, but you're still underwater. And you can tell that when it says malfunction, and you kind of push your head towards that, Plucky kind of gives you a thing that you're being jammed by this ship.
Oh no.
But the ESAT is firing up. Like if you don't do something, the ship is going to try to teleport itself to safety.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to do that? Do we want to teleport away? We just got here.
Where will it teleport us? Like, does it teleport?
A completely random
miles?
location. It's just wherever the ship thinks we might be safe.
Can we contact the other ship?
Communication is jammed.
I thought it was jamming us just like. Okay, never mind.
I like being safe.
I'd say either ESAT or just go straight up and try and get out of the water and into the air and see what happens.
They're able to jam us, then they're just as powerful as we are. They know we're here.
Doesn't mean they can fly. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents, right? Either option.
I guess it's a reasonable thought, actually. Can I still have the ESAT power up, but just delay it?
Yes.
So have it ready to go in case we get into trouble, and then just fly it up as quickly as possible.
So you're a very short distance inside of the barrier. So if you want to just fly back through, it's not going to be. You're going to be able to do it fairly quickly. And if you want to basically tell the ESAT that be fired, but don't fire off quite yet, you can do that as well.
Yeah. So I'll do that last one. Just have the ESAT ready, but not activated, and then I'll give the indication of when we need to go.
And are you the ship staying put, or are you flying back through the portal? Are you going up?
Yeah, I turn to the others and I'm just like, we need a decision.
Oh, I figured up was now like up in the new world, but so we're now below the portal. The portal's above us in this case?
Yeah. It's from your perspective, it's more like a membrane that you pass through. It's still there on the other side. You can pass back through.
Okay.
So can we go to the surface of the water and not go back through the portal?
Right.
Up. Yeah, so up is back through the portal.
Okay. Down is
What
to the
about-
surface?
You don't know where, you don't really know where down goes. So, all right, think of a lake, right?
Yep.
At the bottom of the lake, part of the floor, instead of it being a floor, it's like the top of another well of water.
Okay.
You pass through the barrier and you're still going, from your perspective, down. You just went through a membrane and now you're below. If you want to go back up, you think you can go back through the membrane to go back to the bottom of the other lake.
Okay, so I think we want to go down.
Down will take you towards whatever this thing is.
Oh, it's below us.
It's below and off to one side.
Well, I think we would like to be out of the water on this side of the portal.
Call its bluff. Charge at it.
So what's the plan? You don't know where out of the water, like from the ship's sensor's perspective, 2 miles in every direction is water.
I
What's
think
the plan?
I think we let the ship teleport us to safety then.
Is that the plan, Griffle?
I
Hang on.
I don't think that's wise. I think we could end up anywhere. I think if we want to flee, it's safer to just go back through.
While we could end up anywhere, we can always teleport back to Three Trees easily enough, so wherever we end up is fine.
Not without significant power drain. That's the thing. ASAT will damage the ship regardless of how well we do.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna. I'm like, you're all so indecisive, and I just drive the ship back through.
So the ship kind of bubbles back up through, and you kind of pass back through the membrane, and there is this sort of dispersion of small fish, but a lot of that dust and stuff as you fly away from the thing into the other. And that warning siren and all the lights in the ship, they die back down, and basically turn off as you surface back in the normal world. How far up do you want to fly from the portal?
I would still like to have like physical visibility of it, but be like far enough away, like not right next to it. Like,
So about 1 mile.
yeah.
1 mile is longer than normal visibility. It's still in sensor range, but you won't be able to see it. If you wanted to be able to see it, like
half a mile or
with
something.
characters, yeah, you need half a mile, quarter a mile, long enough that it's a large enough distance. There is a bit of separation, but you can still easily see it. Is the goal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you fly up from it, and nothing seems to come back. Nothing seems to come through the portal after you.
Okay. I think if we're going to do this, we're going to need to go. What is it they say? Incognito.
So, question. Now that the ship has been there, can you ask Plucky if it can pinpoint where we were?
Oh yes, I will do so.
And then
That's-
maybe...
the helmet does that, and you have to take time to do it.
So yeah, the answer you're going to get is basically that you need more time to be able to give a proper spatial location.
Like more time in that location?
Yes.
Fair enough.
You have to
Yeah,
stay there.
that's reasonable. We were in there for like a minute, if that.
You dipped in and then immediately got out.
Yeah.
How long would we need to be there for pinpoint?
It says, I think, on the helm.
I think it's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not too long, but
It's too long in this case, I'd say. It's too risky. We don't want to lose the ship, and we don't want anyone to get hurt. They seem like whoever they were, they're just as powerful as us. They had a Signet Royal beacon, no identifiers on it. It could have come from anywhere or been from anyone, and they actively jammed us. They knew we were there the moment we came through.
Can we even get a rough location where we were, which plane we were in, so we can shift to the plane elsewhere?
So the ship does let you know that the signature of the place you just was in the wilds.
Okay, so it is the wilds, which is what we suspected. So that is correct.
I think we go back through and we just evade that ship.
The problem is now they're going to be closer to the portal on high alert.
I want to just keep it, like, I want you guys to keep in mind for some stuff about the ship is that, like, the forbiddance that's, like, on or around the ship that protects it from being, like, noticed or seen or, like, so when we're, like, so far, every beacon that we've come across, like, they don't know that we're there, right? Because, we're essentially, like, not putting out any the equivalent of any radio signals. So like we're flying around And although people can physically see the ship, there's no actual way for anybody that we've encountered, including like, so you guys, like, Gary told me that you guys like flew the ship above, was it Prosperity or like Haven or somewhere else?
Haven, yeah.
Haven, yeah, you flew the ship above Haven, which has a Signet Royal beacon, and that beacon could not detect that you were there. The beacon on the vessel that was just pursuing us could, and not only could it detect that we were there, it could also then jam us completely.
So who would
Just
have a
putting
beacon
that into
like that?
context.
Yeah. Like who would have a beacon like that in your experience?
Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that nobody on the mortal plane that we know of, like the biggest, most powerful beacons we know of are the Signet Royals that are in the world ships.
Correct. And this thing jammed a Signet Royal, which shouldn't be a thing.
It shouldn't be able to happen. Like they should cancel. Like if two tried to jam each other, they, in theory, should cancel each other out. Is that right?
If the two tried to jam each other, there would be sort of a back and forth. There wasn't really a back and forth here. It was
just straight up, they just overpowered us.
Where does beacon technology come from? Like who
It's
makes
Forerunner.
these?
It's Forerunner technology.
Okay.
Have you checked our energy levels recently?
Oh yes, I will do so. I will do so.
They're at 52.
No. Like,
Like right now.
We just
not
did
right
a
now,
thing.
but I mean, like, because Al Shaib is out of commission, and I personally still assume he's a power source.
We're still recovering at the same rate I was expecting, which is 10% a day. Well,
Again,
20
that's-
with minus 10 and then up to 10.
so. I will say that I did not update the handout for this. However, the secondary containment is now at 15% instead of 10.
Okay.
That's where the meatball is, right?
Yeah, the meatball thing.
Which is a Fey thing, we thought, right?
You're not sure.
No, it wasn't Faye.
Oh.
It
You
was
don't
like a.
I think
Didn't
I
we
know that
get-
it wasn't Faye.
Didn't we get that it was like aberrant? Did we got a creature type or?
So
Oh.
it's in the Aberrant lab.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Technically it's in the Eldritch lab, but yes.
Yeah, Eldritch.
And that thing started drawing more power when we went through, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's still drawing more power?
Yes.
Hang on, if the adversary is the origin of the world ships are the vessels of the adversary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I think it might stand to reason that
It's a
like
different.
it's
different
another
technology.
it's a world ship, like possibly one from the same or a different fleet, but either way, like what we just encountered, I think might be someone like another.
Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but beacons are a newer tech, right?
Kind of, sort of, not really. The way the beacons are used is seen as modern technology, but the beacons themselves are very ancient.
Okay, I think there's soundness in that reasoning.
I don't know why, but I cannot find the handout for your helm. There it
It's
is.
in
I see it now. It is not in a place where it needs to be. Sorry, go ahead. I spent that whole time trying to find the stupid handout. So yes, and you can tell that the containment unit is like Plucky's still sending you warnings that it's diverting more power. That the power is sort of oscillating harder and faster, but it's about 15%.
So it's like it's drawing more power continuously.
Not
right?
continuously, but it's fluctuating. So it's drawing like maybe 20% for a couple of seconds, and then it goes back to drawing 10, and then it draws 15, and then it goes back to like 12. And so it's
Uh,
like
Do
the
we need to
needle was
go?
chaotically moving.
Do we need to go check out that meatball?
yeah, I think we maybe need to go down there and get eyes on it and see what's happening.
Ask him to dream up a better beacon.
Okay, so um so the you guys teleport down to the Eldritch Lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So entering into the Eldritch Lab, as you guys go in, you see everything kind of looks very similar to what it was the last time you were in here a few days ago. However, in the middle where those sort of bars of light are, there is a weird warping thing, and you see that big meatball looking thing basically smashing into the walls and rebounding around inside.
You said the meatball is?
How?
In
Yeah.
my
How did we had like did we determine what was like keeping it contained? Was it like a magic circle binding?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a magic circle ritual from the ritual table in here and recreate that binding?
You can make something similar, but you're not going to be able to make something of the same power as that thing. It doesn't really look like it's in danger of failing. If you look at the screens on the computer systems, it shows basically that it's taking more energy, but it's not in danger of failing.
Okay.
Do any of the screens tell us why it's taking more energy, or just that it's upset and therefore trying to break out?
So Morin, that would need to be you because everything's written in primordial.
mm-hmm.
So what are you looking for?
The first, so this is the computer screen.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm looking for. Is there any kind of indication of like the durability of the containment?
So you can see that it's basically showing percentage of energy requirement. So normally it maintains itself at about 20% power. So for the basic is like 20%, and some of the spikes of the energy shield having to break it out get up to like 70 or 80%. Nothing quite close to full power to keep whatever's in there contained, but getting way closer than you guys have ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything in terms of like pacification procedures on the screen?
You can see that there are below it like lockdown protocols to lock out the room, and there are things to allow you to use the suits, but nothing that's automatic, I guess. So you can
Right.
automatically seal the room, and you can seal the room and open the middle area for the suits, but there's
Mhm.
nothing like like a fire suppression system if a fire breaks out or something like that.
um. So I spent a lot of time like going through the notes. Were What was the cause of like the previous breakouts that happened? Was it like failure in procedure, or did this thing like actually break through previous barriers?
So failure and procedure was basically all the time. They didn't have this containment way back when. It is not broken out of containment since this version of containment has been created. Um, and then if you start, as you're kind of flicking through, okay, well, how has this happened before? When you look through, and you can see a couple of instances where the power readings have done the same spiky thing,
Mhm.
and you can see a couple of log entries where the containment has been tested before. Do you think you would kind of draw towards those and see what they're up?
Yeah, because I want to see like what did they do in the other cases where it got to the point where it was potential to break out? Like, did they do something to pacify the creature, calm it
So
down?
you open it up, and there is a couple of different things. One of them is a very clinical explanation. It was a normal day. Power was stable at 20%. The entity was non-responsive, non-reactive. Tests were as normal. Yada yada yada. Status quo. Then it says that a researcher came in from one of the other laboratories and did not go through proper protocols, which caused the entity to react and attempt to break containment. And then you see a little like a supplementary note behind there saying that any of the researchers or people's visiting, because apparently someone visited on their lunch break to come into this lab, that a note to basically a supervisor's note that says that if you're visiting from lab 3, that you have to go through cleansing protocols before you enter lab 2, or it's going to cause issues.
That's the Fey Lab.
The Fey Lab, yeah.
All right.
And sorry, the Fae is the
Wait.
wilds and tied to the wilds?
Wilds.
Wilds.
Griffel, could you ask Plucky for like a list of people or a timestamps of when people have come into Lab 2?
It doesn't give you that information. Oh, you know that Plucky does not have that information.
Right. There's not like monitoring of like who goes where and stuff.
Not in the labs, because the labs are sort of their own self-contained things. There is a lot of monitoring of like who's on the ship and stuff, but not for this stuff.
Okay. Can I see who's been on the ship?
Yeah.
Other than us, if I see like anybody that's not on the manifest has been on the ship.
Well, I'm not thinking it's because someone came into the room. I'm thinking it's because we brought the room to the wilds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just reacting to that energy.
So how do we
So-
cleanse the room?
Wait, I have a question. How do we bring the room to the wilds if it's on its own plane?
Let me
Yeah,
answer
that
the
was-
first question first. The first question was basically looking through the manifest. You don't see anyone that you don't recognize. Nothing stands out on the manifest of like someone that's not supposed to be there. Of who all's been on the ship. Then the second thing was, go ahead. If you're talking about like, it does seem that it's reacting somehow.
That's what I was saying. I was saying like if the labs are in their own pocket dimension, how would it react to us being in the wilds? Or am I misunderstanding how that works?
Is that pocket dimension in the ship though, like TARDIS style?
You're not sure. So while this is going on, as the people are talking, Morin, you're flicking through and you can see a couple more instances. One of which was that after noticing that the entity did respond to someone from the other lab, they brought a restrained creature, and that is the closest it's ever come to breaking containment. Was they brought a restrained fey creature in a cage of cold iron into the room, and the containment system got to like 90%.
So something about it is responding to the wilds. It's like it gains strength.
This
Or
power
it's
spike
freaking
only
out.
occurred after we went through the membrane. Is that right?
Yes, this happened after you went through the membrane.
Okay. All right. And is there any indication of like what occurred? Did the thing just like calm down, or did they intervene?
So they basically got it away, got whatever the either the person from the Fey Lab or the creature away from it, and after a few hours, it died down.
Okay. That's reasonable to assume that after a few hours it will sort itself out for us as well.
Yeah, unless we go back,
Which we kind of have to do at the moment.
which does seem to be we are wanting to go to the wilds, so this may become an issue.
Can we free this thing? Like, is there a reason we want to keep it?
Every instance recorded of it getting loose has resulted in people on the ship dying.
Can we teleport it away?
Like into a sun?
Yeah.
I don't know if the ship's weapon systems can target something on a plane.
Hmm.
That is, I don't know how to get it from this lab to a place where it could be targeted by the ship system.
Plucky.
Yeah, the assumptions you guys have made are correct, and Plucky will verify that the ship's external teleportation systems do not function inside of the pocket dimension. So it would need to take a spin onto the ship that the ship could then target it.
I feel like two interesting things would be to have one put on the little helmet, have a little talk with the meatball, or /and to bring the child over here.
Or just like grips axes and is like, over my dead body. We will not put that child at risk. Not after what we've been through to save her. And remember,
Haven't
she's
we determined? I will talk over her defensive speaking. Haven't we determined that the child will eventually be overtaken by Clotho no matter what we do?
Well, yes, but if she does it now, the kid's just gonna die, and then she'll have to find a new host anyway.
Yes.
But like she can't. So she was talking. Okay, so Clotho was talking about, like she was talking about how the Wild Hunt is called when something goes against its nature and it needs to be like remade or reformed or something to like better fit its purpose. And then she talked about how like taking like not a host, but manifesting herself in someone unwilling was against her nature, and that if she tried to take over the child, it would also be against her nature. Thing.
This is what Morin's seeing on the screen.
Oh no.
Oh no, what's
So from your all's perspective, you can see, rather than sort of randomly bouncing around, it looks like the whatever's inside, whatever's in containment, is repeatedly smashing the exact same part of the barrier again and again and again.
Can I go grab a magic circle and cast it?
Oh, that's not on your list. So that part of the barrier is constantly being smashed.
Is it? Huh. But you said it doesn't look like it's having an effect.
It's taking more energy from the barrier. It's not critical yet, but the thing kind of, again, it rapidly oscillates, right? So it gets a little bit, it knocks around for a little while and then it calms down. Then it knocks around for a little while, it calms down. This one looks like it's being consistent. It's consistently hitting the barrier, looks like pretty hard, and it's hitting the same spot again and again and again. Rather than sort of like randomly bouncing around inside, it's now changing and is only hitting one part of the barrier repeatedly.
And based on my readings, this is unusual.
Yeah, it doesn't do this. And since you have those things opened up, you can see the last time it did this was when the creature was here, when it was testing to see what it would do, is it would repeatedly strike and try to get to the fey creature that was in the lab.
Is it Syl because he's part of the summer court?
Oh. That's a reasonable assumption.
Hey,
Just
Syl.
walk around.
Yeah, go stand somewhere else.
Okay. Wait, should I leave or go in to try and test this?
Go in. What's the worst that could happen?
Go in.
Different.
Why don't you just walk around the outside, like down here, or head down here or something, you know?
So
Okay, I do that.
you should be able to move this guy, right? Still,
Okay, yeah,
these are old tokens, but you should still have control, right?
yeah, I think I do.
Cool. So as Syl flies to the other side of the lab, you see that sort of purple glow move slightly, and it's following Syl.
Nice job, one.
Thanks.
I glare at Syl.
But this started before Syl entered the lab. It started when he crossed the barrier.
But now he's here.
Yeah.
So it started, so you guys could tell when you crossed, it was basically randomly bouncing around. When you guys came into the lab, it stopped randomly bouncing around and started specifically slamming one part of the barrier. And as Syl moves around, it seems like it's trying to hit the part of the barrier that Syl is on the other side of.
Okay.
All right, so we release it, and Syl, it's going to chase you, and we just...
Oh my god, kite it onto the fucking spin disc and then we heat it in the sun.
It's just the worst plan ever, but it's what came to mind.
What could possibly go wrong?
Alternatively, Syl could just not come into lab 1 again. Or lab 2? Is this 2?
2.
So the Eldritch Lab is lab 2, yes.
I think that this is
so-
okay. So this thing reacted to us being in this zone. I feel like the information that we have about the beacon and the opposing, like the enemy vessel, like I think it is associated with the adversary, and we know that the adversary is waging a war on, like the Fae.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this meatball is associated with the adversary as well, and is therefore reacting to strong like Fae forces. I think
Yep.
it's reasonable to assume that the two like that the meatball at least was aware of the presence of allies of the adversary. Whether there was some communication, we don't know, but like it's possible, you know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this thing could be very important to the adversary. We really don't know what it is. Like maybe, you know, maybe
It's
they
a
really
3D
want it
printer.
back. It is, yeah.
Maybe it can print us world ships.
Maybe it prints more adversaries.
So what do you want to do?
Well, let's get Syl out of the lab.
Yeah.
I want to keep it.
Yeah, I don't think we should destroy it, but
Have you guys ever encountered any other kind of agent of the adversary before? I guess aside from Dalsath.
yeah, when we were in Celestia, there were monsters that were we thought affiliated with the adversary. I think it's like basically any aberrant creature. We think, maybe.
So you know you've encountered adversary things in Celestia, and you also encountered them right when you left Celestia, because you would be aware that the Stitcher of Crowns was also allied with the adversary, and you felt the remnants of what the Stitcher did to you guys get burned away when Clotho realized herself.
Mm.
So you guys heading out? What's the plan? I need a course of action from you all.
I'm leaving
We
the
need
lab
a
for
course
sure.
of action ourselves, Gary. Come on.
We had a course of action, and then you put a giant big bad in the way.
Everything we
So-
try goes wrong.
Listen, I think we go covert, right? I think we find a way to get through the barrier. Like, can we? I mean,
We can invis briefly, but that doesn't seem like it's going to make a difference if this thing is like so
I
powerful.
don't want to take no. I don't want to take the ship through the barrier. I want us to go, like just ourselves. But I don't know if we actually can physically get through there without like just being crushed by, you know, the
Yeah, I
depths
mean-
of the lake.
Well, how long can
Yeah.
we be invisible again?
Not long.
5 minutes.
Is that and that invisibility is just like cloaking though, like from people being able to physically view us, right?
Correct.
Like a
Yeah.
beacon would
So
know
it
where
wouldn't
we
make
are.
it wouldn't make any difference. The beacon would still ping us.
And
That's
if
normally
this,
very helpful because your ship stops that type of detection, and then also being able to stop visual detection. But
Right.
Yeah. And if this entity here is able to communicate with that ship's beacon in some way, or is able to sense its presence, unless you think that it was sensing just the fact that we were in the wilds.
It's possible either way. Like we
Yeah.
have no idea what it was triggering. I think. Well, it's like, I mean, it's reacting to Syl. I think it's probably more likely that it's being like hashtag triggered by being in like in or around Fey energy rather than by like the presence of the adversary or affiliated folks. But then, like, I don't know, right? I'm making guesses.
So my next question is, who is going to be the party that is most interested in knowing that we have an agent of the adversary contained?
Lotho?
Could we ask her? Like, she might have some insight into what's happening here.
Bill can.
Yeah, I can have her. Can I have her look through my eyes? I mean, not to dispel anything, but just to see what I see.
so you can, but keep in mind that you can only do that once a day. So if that's what you want to do, then it's going to happen and then be over. But that's the only time you can use it today.
But you can also just talk to her, right? For free?
It takes a few minutes, but yeah, you can.
Okay. Yeah.
So
We just met her and we're like, we'll help you on our mission for the adversary, and we come back 20 minutes later. We have captured an enemy.
So again, it functions like planar sending. So you can only send to her, and it takes 5 minutes instead of 20, which is how long planar sending normally takes. So it's going to take you a few minutes to sort of commune with her. You need to write down 25 words you want to say to her, and then she'll send them back.
Okay.
So while Syl is doing that, what is everybody doing? Are you guys going back up on the ship? What's the plan?
Is there any additional exploration of the people coming from Lab 3 causing this reaction? Or is it just like that, those supplementary notes or side
Basically,
notes?
there's hey, something and someone from Laboratory 3 causes this thing to react. And then there's basically instructional notes from the people that are working there saying, stop doing that. Like, no, you can't go visit your friend in a different lab if you're going to be causing problems.
Oh, and that's what I wanted to know. Because it said that people from Lab 3 who didn't go and undergo proper like cleansings or
Correct. Cleansing protocols.
cleansing protocols. What are those?
So if you open it up, you see that there is a protocol for removing of force primeval energies using the vats of Quicksilver in Laboratory 2. You guys remember those big vats with like the stuff stirring?
We
Yeah.
can free you all from your aura.
But we like our aura.
I also don't know what would happen to Syl if he jumped in there. Like if
Yeah, I might kill him now.
Turns into the bone dust.
So, are you guys leaving the lab? That's the first question.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I will.
So you guys head out. So do you guys head back to the top side, back to the ship?
Sure.
Yeah.
Help me, guys. I can barely talk. So when you go back topside, you can see that
Wait.
3 of the.
Wait. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Can we go check on secondary engineering first? It's secondary engineering malfunction.
Yeah, let's do it.
So you go down to secondary engineering and kind of open it up. As soon as you open the door into secondary engineering, there is a wave of heat that comes out, and you get this. It's not so hot that it's painful, but it is like 115, 120 degrees. Fahrenheit in here.
Mhm.
So that's what, like 52, 53 in Celsius. And it's just like this blast wave of heat. And you can see that all the systems in secondary engineering are just whirring and making lots of noise. You don't really know what everything does, but everything seems to be working really hard in this room.
Do we know what secondary engineering is responsible for?
So it'll tell you that secondary engineering is responsible for the intraplanar locations of entities within the ship. Basically, this is the thing that's shunting energy into the containment field.
God damn it.
And the containment field is the thing around that entity, or other
Correct.
containment fields?
I mean,
Can I ask?
it does everything, but
Okay.
one of the things that it's doing, and what you think is probably happening, is it's sort of getting overloaded by the amount of power that's being taken to hold the thing in secondary containment.
Right. So the two problems are intertwined. Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Yep. No worries. I guess we'll leave that now. If the meatball settles down in the next few hours, then I think we're good. That's hypothetically what it should do, but we don't want to be taking it back to the wilds again.
Is there any way, because I think it was primary engineering, we could repair. Is there any way we can like do a repair on this room?
Repair in what room?
Secondary engineering to make sure like if
Nothing's
anything's
broken.
okay, it's just
It's
working
basically,
hard.
yeah, it's more the computer terms. It's being overclocked. So it's like, you're drawing too much power. It's going to cause damage to the system if you do it for long periods of time. But for the moment, it's just working hard. So when you guys head back up to the surface part of the ship, you see that the shaman and two of the servants are off on one side of the ship that are kind of talking to each other and pointing at the barrier, that are looking down at the shield below.
I will look at what they're looking at and see if anything looks amiss.
So when you go to the edge of the ship and you look down, underneath that membrane below you guys, which is a decent distance away from you all, you see just on the other side of the membrane, there's something swimming back and forth along the barrier.
Oh my god.
And it looks like a small whale, maybe 15 feet long, that's just swimming back and forth along the barrier.
Didn't your dream one like have a Leviathan that essentially turned off your beacon?
It just overwhelmed the beacon. It was like, or it ignored the beacon.
It ignored it?
So the beacon is like basically repels them,
Right.
and this was just like they just came anyway, even though the beacon was going.
If they're like Griffle can explain that the beacons don't forcibly deter. Most beacons don't forcibly deter Leviathan. They just kind of annoy them. Like they kind of like poke and prod at them until they like get annoyed and fuck off. But like big Leviathans are more likely to just ignore that and overwhelm. Like they just don't care.
How does that actually work? Are the Leviathans somehow tied to the beacons, and therefore a powerful Leviathan could mess with our beacon?
Well, considering that my brain is Griffle just posited that the beacons are adversary technology, and we also know there's some sort of connection between Saint Tython and Leviathans, and Saint Tython and the adversary. All of this could. What if
Leviathan's actually good?
What if the little blob meatball is a beacon, like a baby beacon? What if beacons are alive?
Ooh.
What is a beacon though? Is it alive? It's like a thing.
Do people see beacons? Wait, we've seen a beacon. We've seen our beacon.
from your perspective, it's a big metal sphere covered in stuff.
Ooh, but we don't know what's inside of that.
But there could be something inside.
There
Should we
could
go crack open our beacon?
Oh my! This is one of those crazy like aliens moments.
The anal probe was this big.
I
Should we
guess
go probe
I
our
guess
beacon?
this would probably
Oh.
take time, but I feel like if that's the hypothesis, I would confer with Griffle on her understanding of what a beacon is and how it works, and what we know about the meatball, the entity.
Like, how does a beacon work? Like, how do you make a beacon work? What do you do?
So I feel though if this was a beacon, also Griffle, your mic's doing that thing again. If this was a beacon, anywhere in the research in that lab for the weeks you were in there, did they mention beacons associated with this thing?
I don't believe so. Not that I recall.
They did not.
So and like I doubt it because they would have known.
No, those fuckers don't know anything.
Like just because it's
No,
round
yeah.
and somewhat psychic doesn't mean that it's a beacon, guys. Like
Yeah, the use
you
of
might as well take a volleyball and say, "Look, it's a baby beacon."
Well, it just might have a beacon inside of it.
Right.
But wait, no, but like for real, how do you interface with a beacon?
So, as per my understanding, beacons are forerunner technology that we don't fully understand and probably aren't using. At least, I don't think we're using them as they might have been used by forerunner peoples. But to interface with them, essentially, like it creates a mental link, and then you just think thoughts at the beacon, and it can interpret what you're wanting from it. Like it's almost like
Like this meatball right here.
Yeah.
that is how you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing you said there.
So you can interface with the meatball psionically, which is how I got it to feed me. Ugh.
Yeah, can you ask our beacon to feed you and see if we get birds? Because if so,
Gary, how similar to the helmet that Griffle is wearing is the interface with the meatball?
Not very.
Fuck.
I mean, there's some superficial things, but Griffle's helmet looks like a crystal brain that she
Yeah.
wears on her head. The helmet in the chair looks more like the
Yeah, we've talked about it. It's like the Professor X thing.
like the Cerebro helmet.
the baby version for a baby beacon.
Well, this seems like
Also,
a Mac Daddy
Griffle's
beacon.
never seen a helmet like the one she's wearing. Like that's not a normal.
Well, what do they normally look like? Like
They
a
normally don't look
Professor
like
X?
You don't normally have a helmet associated with a beacon. There's not
So you
normally
had
like
to physically interface with it?
So like usually the beacon has like, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the way it works is like the beacon has like a field of influence, and if you are like introduced to the beacon, so usually what will happen is like somebody who the beacon already knows and has the proper authorization to use the beacon will then authorize someone else to use the beacon in some capacity, and then like Gary, do you need to have touched the beacon in order to like create that link, or does the beacon just know to create it?
It's part of the like. You're not sure whether it's necessary or not, but it's part of the tradition.
Right. So generally, you touch the beacon in order to create the link, but it might not necessarily need to be touched in order to do it. And then from that point on, you have like mental interface with the beacon as long as you're within its sphere of
Can
influence.
I touch the meatball?
Wait. Question. Griffle, what kinds of thoughts do you normally think at a beacon?
It's usually like instructions because the beacons that I interface with are usually the ones on vessels because they're there to deter Leviathan and help control the vessels. So you might think things like how to like you generally steer your ship via a beacon, right? Like you don't sail it in the traditional sense. You like tell the beacon where you want to go, and then the beacon will like,
So is there something you could think at a beacon that would produce an immediate tangible result?
Ooh, good question, Gary.
I mean, sort of. Again,
You can move the ship.
one of the reasons that in your sort of session 0 stuff that we spent so much time of getting you introduced to a new beacon is to kind of give you an idea of what this is, and you've done a fantastic job of remembering that, by the way. So major kudos. But the beacons that you're used to interfacing with are pretty simple things. It's only got maybe a dozen commands, and most of those are, send energy in this direction, go to full, change the strength of the beacon, from, or change the range, which then of course changes the strength of the beacon. And then like allowing other people access or disallowing access, or looking at the manifest, or looking at
And
something else.
and then also record keeping is the other major function as well.
Yeah, so Plucky and this ship has a massively complicated beacon compared to what everything else does. Everything else has, like I said, maybe a max of like 12 functions, and that's like a super cool beacon. Nothing has the system like Plucky has in your experience.
Yeah.
So if this thing is the same thing as a beacon, could you try to activate it with a beacon command and then see if our beacon, Plucky, can detect it acting as a beacon?
Okay. It's worth a
Can
try.
Can I ask
This is
Gary?
I'm so glad we're running down this stupid fucking rabbit hole.
Gary,
Gary's
is
probably
there
sat there
just
with his head in his hands, like, what the fuck are these guys on?
This is great. Like, literally as a DM, if your players are sitting around going, well, wait, how does this work? And like discussing and talking about the world like, everything's real. That's like, mwah, that's like candy to me. So I don't know. You guys might feel like you're spinning your wheels, but this is fun stuff that you guys are playing around with.
Is the
I'm sure-
containment thing that the meatball is in, Gary? Is it round?
It's a cylinder.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, can I like usher everybody outside of lab 2 and like close the door? And I'm like, I don't know what will happen.
No. As your captain, no.
Request denied, soldier.
Well,
Gary, did the documents in the
at least
lab
stand back.
describe the origin, like the planar origin of this thing?
Of the entity?
Yeah, because from what I recall, this is called the Eldritch Lab. Did the documents describe it as aberrant?
It would call it Eldritch. There isn't. They didn't use the
Okay.
term aberrant.
That's what I thought. And is there like a plane of origin that they acquired this object from?
So there is a thing that, and if you don't remember, this is fine. But there was a thing about the transfer request. So it was somewhere else, and then it was brought here. But all of that stuff is blank. And blank as in like, not like they didn't include it, but like redacted.
Yeah, I don't remember there being a transfer request. I just remember that there being an additional one of these things at a different lab.
Correct.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. So I would take off my regular helmet and like try to interface with the meatball. And I'll just say like, well, if you won't shut the door behind you, at least stand back. I don't know what's gonna happen. And then I want to see if I can like give a standard like beacon request, which is just to ping our ship's beacon to the meatball.
All right. Because you're gonna be able to see the reaction. Could you make me an Arcana check, please?
No. Oh, terrible Arcana. Where is my skill check? Here it is.
All I'm saying is that one of my card. What are you calling those, Gary? What's the little card called?
11.
Yeah, the personal quest is to figure out how to commune with my deity, and if that's an aberrant creature, this could be.
Are you sure you want that to be your deity still?
He gives me power. Also,
Turns out,
honestly though, the conversation with Clotho about sticking to the rules was really interesting to me. So we'll see.
So you send the command through, and you get back this nonsensical mass of whispers. Some of them are very hoarse, some of them are very like screechy, some of them are fairly understandable and kind of creepy. As you basically say it, ping another beacon, you give it the normal command that you're used to. And most of what it sends you back is unintelligible nonsense, but it does whisper a few words in that mass that does make it through. And you feel this incredible pressure inside of your head. So you take 14 points of psychic damage.
Oh, damn it!
You did roll an 8.
So, and the few words that you can understand are consume, confuse, take me back, let me free.
No. God damn it. All right, I shove the interface like away from me. I'm like, ugh, no. Oh god, I have such a headache. No,
Tony
it's not
Stark.
a beacon. It's not a beacon. It didn't do anything. Let's just go.
Wait.
But ask Plucky if
again,
it had noticed anything.
The idea was not that the meatball
Oh,
is a
fine.
beacon.
Plucky, did you get a ping?
So you see, so Plucky responds back, request uncertain.
Oh, come on.
Yes, brother.
So
It's an
you see,
untrained beacon.
so it shows you a thing, and you see that basically in your head, the ship showing you the external sensors from the ship, and then you see little like splashes of light along the barrier outside of the ship.
Oh.
So you're asking it what you asked it is, did you receive a ping? And it said, not sure. And then it basically showed you what it's experiencing is that there is something kind of like a ping that's happening outside of the ship right now.
Yeah, is this the whale thing? Can we go back up and like go look at the physical location where the like light is, that I'm being showed?
It does seem to match up.
Okay. Can we just wave at the whale? Like, can I just like?
So let me, because rather than looking through who all here is trained in nature, I think it's Foxy Griffle and one
No, I'm not.
I think
I'm
I
not.
might.
second person.
No,
that's
that
trained.
doesn't sound right.
There are two. There's at least two.
I
of
am
us.
not.
It used to be a Yari.
I could have sworn we still had a second person, but when I looked through, I didn't.
Having the boon from the mother doesn't give you training, right? It just gives you the bonus.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is only one person. So, as you're watching, you see the whales moving along in that sort of ping in your head, and then the whale starts to move weirdly, like it doesn't swim quite correct. You see it like tuck one of its fins underneath it, and then swim sort of at an awkward angle. And rather than moving smoothly through the water, it moves very awkwardly through the water, like it's injured. And then it turns around and goes the other way, looking again like it's injured, and then it turns back around and it looks like it's not injured, and it swims normally.
Gary, while we're in the meatball containment area, is it glowing?
Is what glowing?
Is the meatball glowing?
The meatball,
Gold.
whatever the entity in containment doesn't ever look any different, but the barrier around it glows when it hits the barrier.
Similar to with Slayer, it does not appear to be glowing.
Correct. The the whale that's it doesn't look like it's glowing per se, but it's very easy to see. Maybe because it's in that sort of lighter colored water that's on the other side of the membrane, but it is very obvious. Like all the other creatures that are around, again, because it's very dark. If you do see something, it's just sort of a shadow and then it flies off. This thing is flying like right along the edge of the barrier, just on the far side, just flying, swimming back and forth, swimming, not flying.
We
Can we get like water breathing and go and like go near it?
So the ship, if you talk about this, and ask to get off the ship will let you know that you need a second layer of protection in order to do that.
Right. Because of the pressure, right?
Correct. So
Yeah.
water breathing, there is something that'll allow you to do that, but you guys don't have access. Well, technically you have access to it. It's one of the things that's in the Eldritch Slab, but casting it
Oh,
would be
it's
very
the
difficult.
suits, right?
No,
Could we use the suits?
The ley line, right?
one of the ley lines, yeah. So one of the rituals is called Waterborne, which will
Okay.
protect you from this, but it's much higher level. So
Okay.
But what about the power suits though?
the power suit. Oh, the power suits.
The suits for
Oh,
that
yeah.
were in the lab.
The suits that are in the
Yes.
lab and the power suits are different things. So the power suits
Oh,
No. The power suits in the armory.
in the armory, correct?
Would they?
I thought they had.
I don't remember.
Wait,
I think
wait.
maybe-
I got the thing to pull
They're actually called power suits, so I can just look it up.
up.
Powered armor. Yeah. Yeah. You could use one of the suits of power armor to go over there.
I mean, I
There's only two of them.
Oh darn!
so like I'm inclined, if this thing is like swimming near us, I'm inclined to think that it's friendly. I don't know, like
Could we get
whales are supposed to be. Hey, actually, hang on, Gary. Would there be? So you know how like in our world there's like the folklore that like dolphins are the souls of like dead sailors, right? Is there something similar?
1 second. I'm making a check for you. 1 second.
Cool.
So, in your experience, right, with so I don't see religion on your list. Does that mean that it's a 3 with everything else?
I believe so. Yeah. I'll just double check that. Yes, indeed, it is a 3.
Right. So, in your experience, whales almost universally are seen as good luck.
Yeah. Okay.
The reason they're seen as good luck is a little different than in our world. The reason they're seen as good luck is because, typically speaking, if a whale is somewhere that you can see them, that means that there's no leviathans nearby. That
Oh.
they're prey for leviathans a lot of times. So they tend to be very deep in the ocean or in the shallows or moving very quickly. Like especially smaller whales are prey animals. So seeing a whale like come next to the ship or dolphins next to the ship tends to mean that the coast is quite clear.
Okay.
And if they suddenly vanish, problems are about to happen.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So and also point to note like Griffle is like mostly scientific with regard to like natural phenomenon and like and what happens around her. She's like, but I base the character off of kind of like 18th century British naturalists who like are doing rudimentary science and trying to understand the world around them. But specifically when it comes to things of like the sea and deep places of water, like incredibly superstitious. So I think this whale is friendly, and I basically want to go and see what it wants, and if it's injured, I want to try to help it.
would a whale? It wouldn't like have a language. It would just.
Unlikely.
I mean, a normal whale would not.
So this is the wild's whale, maybe.
Trying to look at real quick to make sure that I remember correctly is I'm almost positive that. So, Sil, you're a pixie, right?
Yes, I am.
So, a normal whale does not have a language. However, pixies have an ability to communicate with beasts and fey beasts. So you wouldn't have a language, but you'd be able to communicate it. Kind of the same thing of like communicating with a dog, right? Like it knows commands. It might understand basically what you're saying. It may be able to like gesture and do things to, hey, Lassie, go over to the well. Timmy's in trouble. But it's not going to be able to talk to you. So the telepathy thing is not going to work, but the speak with beasts would be able to have some sort of communication with the whale.
And can we get him close enough?
Yeah, that was my question.
I mean, if you flew the ship right up to the barrier, the shield that protects the ship, you can just fly right up to the membrane, but you'd have to get the ship closer. Or you could go in the power armor, but like you're not proficient in it, so if you get into trouble, it's going to be very difficult.
I'd be willing to try flying right up to him and flying to the membrane.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, Griffle, you have commanded the ship. Do you want to command the ship to fly right up to the membrane?
Or
So you fly right up to the membrane, and you see the whale swims along back and forth, and Sil, you're able to fly out a little bit away from the ship, right? So you're still within the protective shield of the ship, to get close enough to be able to communicate with the whale if you wanted.
Okay, I send. Are you wounded?
So you sort of extend your so this is a supernatural ability that pixies have. You extend your commune with beasts, and nothing happens. And when you are looking at it, you can sense that from the perspective of your magics, when you're sending it out, it's like there's nothing there. Pretty certain that either that creature is different, that whale is somehow different, so it doesn't work with your ability, or the planar barrier is causing some sort of disruption. You're not sure.
Or it's not a real whale.
That was my thought.
Or it's not a real whale. Yeah.
The servants of the adversaries are like, oh, you know what these people will love? A whale.
Actually,
Totally.
so Sil, since you're so close to it and you see it kind of pass right by you, it passes maybe 30 feet away from you on the other side of the membrane. You can see the way that it moves is to how do I say this correctly? It moves in a way that is not very conducive to swimming correctly. It's more flopping than swimming. It is still moving through the water, but the way that it's moving is very showy, I guess is the way to say it. So
Hamming it up.
yeah. So it kind of looks like a creature that might be trying to ham it up, right? That it's swimming, and it's swimming in a way that makes it kind of draw the eye, right? Like it's attention getting.
Mm.
Can I go up to the barrier and try to project consciousness to it?
Do you mean use your power to project your consciousness on the other side of the barrier, or are you just
Mhm.
trying to use your mental stuff to reach out?
I think I would have to. I think I would do project consciousness onto the other side of the barrier. Is that possible?
So you're gonna need some way to fly to get over.
Hmm.
Because like if you do that here, the range. Remind me, can you hit the button? Because I don't remember what the range is. I think the range is only like
Close 10.
5. It's
Close first
10.
10.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's 50 feet, which will
Yeah.
get you basically just inside the barrier if you wanted. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So can I do that? And then and then attempt to telepathically talk to the whale.
So you send the shape consciousness, it kind of appears on the other side of the membrane, and then your image of yourself is there. And when you send the command through, kind of using it as the point of destination, it just goes like there's nothing there. Like, not just it's not a mind that you can communicate with, because you know what that feels like, right? Someone that's like too deep in a coma or something like that, or you try to communicate with something that has a mind but doesn't have a language.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with what that feels like. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like you send it out and there's water there and nothing else.
Mm. Can I do minor creation with my shaped consciousness to create like a long spear and poke it or try to throw something at it?
So you can. So you take the spear, kind of wait for it to come close to you, because your character would know that throwing the spear through the water is
Yeah.
not really going to be effective.
Yes.
What I want to say to you is, you can tell that the only way to accomplish this really is to basically have your consciousness go as far as it can and try to like jab the creature. So rather than throw the spear, you'd have to like charge it. But
Yeah.
when the consciousness leaves your range for any amount of time, it can be out of range for a short period of time and then it dissipates. So
Yeah.
it's gonna destroy your shape consciousness if you're okay with it.
Yeah. I just want to like
What's up?
I want to
Yep.
poke this whale.
Okay. So you send your consciousness up and it charges up with its, crafted spear, and then it passes right through where the whale is, and then you see the shape consciousness break apart, and your minor creation spear just sort of slowly sink in the water away from where the whale was, and the whale passes without noticing.
I will turn to the party with a knowing look. That's not a whale.
So it's insubstantial, right? It just passed right through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems to
Okay.
be some sort of illusion.
Oh, I look in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's
There's-
being showy. What's it trying to distract us from?
You don't see anything looking off in the
Damn
dark.
it.
It's a good thought, right? And that might be where your brain goes of like, okay, well, what is this thing doing? Why is it being showy? No, it's not trying to distract us, or at least if it is, we can't sense what it's distracting us from. And it's been maybe 15 minutes since the whale first appeared.
It's trying to lure us over.
Yeah, it's a
Can
trap.
we? Ooh, yeah. Can we? Oh, do we follow it? Is it trying? Is it doing that like? Is it doing that
Maybe-
thing?
Well, wait. So we know that Leviathan like to eat whales, because if you see a whale, that means there are no Leviathan around. So maybe something is hunting, and that's why there are no Leviathan in this lake right now.
Is this a lure for something that's hunting? Is this
I
oh my god, is this the thing that eats Leviathan and it's using a whale to lure what it thinks is a Leviathan? Oh my god.
What eats Leviathan? Some sort of crazy fey monster that spits out bone dust. That's why there's bone dust, because it just ate those Leviathan, you guys.
But then that makes no sense with what we know of Lake Obai though, because why if there's so there's Leviathan in the lake and there's like presumably something that eats Leviathan, right? Wouldn't that drive them, if it's down here, wouldn't that drive the Leviathan closer to the surface and therefore Lake Obai would be like unsafe?
Well, we know that there are Leviathan in the river that lead to Lake Obai, but maybe if the Leviathan get into the lake, they eventually get lured down here and get eaten.
And they'll have been lured by this like whale thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we think Leviathan are So here's what I'm thinking, right? We know that Forerunner technology is like adversary stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like, and we know that the
Wait. We don't know that for sure.
Okay. Hypothetically, at this point, our knowledge indicates that Forerunner technology associated with like adversary, right? The world ships, the beacons, that sort of stuff. All Forerunner technology hypothetically associated with the adversary also deters Leviathans. So like potentially the Leviathan's good, maybe ? Or at least not necessarily strictly bad ? So therefore something that eats Leviathan really, really bad.
The enemy of my enemy is my
Is my-
friend.
Yeah. Okay, the main thing is if this thing exists, do we want to meet it?
Yes.
Is a
The
Leviathan
ESAT is still ready, by the way. The ESAT is on standby. So if we meet this thing and we need to, we can book it the fuck out of here.
Wait, are we assuming that the thing that is eating Leviathans is also the beacon on the other side?
Mm,
probably, I would say,
Maybe?
do
don't
you
know.
think is a Leviathan like a dragon? I feel like they would be related.
Dragon of the
Because
Sea?
yeah, because like we know like the adversary wants to get those dragons. Is a Leviathan like a budget dragon now that dragons are not as good?
But the world ships have beacons to deter Leviathan, or at least that's one of the functions of beacons.
But
is
don't
to-
Leviathans also have pseudo beacons? That's how you can detect them?
I don't know. I don't know how that
Isn't
works.
Isn't that
We
kind of
just
how that
know
works, Gary?
it works. We don't know how.
So,
you don't know.
It just works.
The part you don't know is you know that the beacons can classify what the Leviathans are that it's detecting. You don't know if that's a function of the beacons or is that a function that the Leviathans are they reading something that the Leviathans are sending out? Or is the beacon sensors making a determination and then assigning it a classification?
Yeah.
I'm not really
So
sure what
my
you look for.
assumption is that it's the latter, and it's based on like size, right? That like the bigger the Leviathan, the more threatening it is hypothetically. That's Griffel's running theory about it, but like there isn't. Nobody actually knows.
when beacons were described as Forerunner technology, but also like new technology, is that because we've just been able to figure out what it is that they do, or have we re-engineered them to do something else?
Question mark, question mark, question mark. I mean, so that is the question, right? It is ancient. What they use them for now, is that what they are intended for and you've rediscovered what they're supposed to be used for? Or do they function like that? And that's what the society has said, all right, well, these things do this job really well, so that's what we're going to use them for. You don't know. You don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I didn't know if Griffel would be able to answer that.
Nope. Big fat question mark on that one. The best that I know about it is that we have, so there are no new beacons, right? Like we don't know how to make them, but
Mhm.
what we do have is a bunch of like empty vessel
Well,
beacons. The smallest.
we do have a research lab with a potential interest
Well,
in-
okay, yeah. So maybe the research lab is trying to create a beacon for the first time, and like what. To Griffel's knowledge, there are no new beacons. They're all Forerunner technology, but what we do have is like empty vessel beacons, which are like the lowest class. They're like the smallest beacon, and they have like fuck all functionality except for like maybe a crew manifest and like the ability to like minorly aggravate small Leviathan. They're not super effective, but they constantly need to be refilled. By larger beacons, they charge up on them, which is what happened at like Two Trees. There were two like smaller beacons requesting for us to 3 trees. Sorry, there were two smaller beacons requesting for our beacon to refill them or recharge them, which we said like we're happy to do. But even those ones, they're still Forerunner technology. Like even the shitty beacons are still like really fucking old. And I feel like we've just repurposed them.
That is all correct.
I want to.
Also, Gary, just a point. So the beacon on our ship is like quite large, right? And it's like
Yeah, physically pretty big.
it's like yeah, it's quite big. Most beacons are like would you have I got this right? Most beacons are like quite small. Like they'd be like the size of like various sports balls. So like the smaller beacons might be like tennis ball sized, and like the bigger beacons might be like basketball sized, but they're usually able to be carried around at least.
So there's a distinction, right? So the two categories of beacons, the quote unquote bound beacons and the true beacons, like the weaker ones that you were describing, those tend to be very small. When you get kind of upgraded, they tend to be, decently sized. So like
Right.
the bound beacons, ones you can refill, those are the like various sports ball sizes.
Yeah.
The true ones tend to be like 2-3 feet across. Like you could
Yeah.
still technically move it around, but it'd be very awkward.
Couldn't we also not find the beacon on our ship?
No, we did find it.
Oh, we found it.
I
Yeah.
found it.
Find it for a while.
Okay.
We found it.
all right.
We found it before we met you.
It was
We've not found it.
hidden.
And the beacon on this ship is enormous comparatively. Like the beacon on this ship is like 10 feet across. It's like over 3 times as
How-
big as the other beacons.
How large is the meatball?
Be about 10 feet
I'm
across.
I'm genuinely running with this theory. I'm sorry.
So
How
it's
large is
bigger
the
than our
meatball?
beacon then, or the same size as or bigger,
No,
right?
Isn't the containment unit's 10 feet across?
Yeah, it's smaller than containment unit, so it's a little smaller than your beacon. Your
Beacon is metal.
So your
No.
beacon and the entire containment unit, like all of that together, are roughly the same size, sort of. Although one's a cylinder and the other one's a sphere, so it's not perfect. But
Or maybe the meatball is like the core of the beacon.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yep. I'm on board with
I'm
that.
literally running with this so hard. And you have the reason the reason our beacon is so advanced is because it's got another similar
Actually, hang on,
theoretical
Gary.
meatball in it.
I remember like our beacon is like in primordial, right? Like most of the writing in it is in primordial.
correct.
It's written in Forerunner, but it has primordial like sticky notes on top of everything.
Yes,
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Remember, on the beacon itself, all the writing on the beacon is in primordial, and then there's a cover on top of it, like a glass cover on top that has written over the cover instructions in primordial, and you can see the Forerunner stuff underneath. But it
Okay.
basically-
Right. So there's no cause to think that our beacon was created. That it's still Forerunner technology.
your beacon is more obviously Forerunner tech than the smaller beacons.
Yeah.
Because the smaller beacons don't often have writing on the outside of it.
Okay. Just making sure.
Could we
All good questions.
we should try to ask the meatball to recharge our beacon.
Our
So-
beacon doesn't need recharging.
So the
No,
question here is, what do you do? So you're
Griffle, are there any known ships with more than one beacon?
I mean, generally not. You wouldn't.
You can, but there's no reason most of the time.
The only ones that I can think of is like there are like beacon recharging stations, right, that are floating out on the. So there's like the floating city where there's like a Signet Royal beacon that like other ships will like bring their beacons to charge off of.
Yeah, they're flotillas. Yeah.
Yeah, and they might have like a bunch of empty vessel beacons that they could give out to like scouting ships that don't have one or whatever. Like you can change them around and stuff. But that's the only reason I could think why there would be multiple beacons on the same ship.
Yeah, it also doesn't boost the power. Having two doesn't help you from what do people know.
The power is separate from the beacon. The beacon's just a control unit.
So
Like a motherboard almost.
because we are getting close to the end of session, I do want to have some sort of action here with what you guys want to do with this wave. That's the immediate thing in front of you. All this discussion is awesome, but the immediate thing in front of you is you've got this barrier, and there's the whale that's going back and forth that you've figured out is maybe not there or is incorporeal or something.
I didn't want to run away.
What do you want to do from here?
I kind of want to find out what eats Leviathan, and then if we need to fuck off, we can just use the ESAT to jump away.
I mean, I'm on board with that because that sounds very exciting.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
Nothing.
I really want to interface with a meatball. I am like so hyper focused on this right now. I know it's funny though. When I first came into this room, I was like, "This meatball sucks," and now I'm like, "No." Now it's so interesting.
This meatball holds the secrets to the universe.
We need to find that out at some point. But listen, the meatball will be here when we get back. Okay.
I don't know
What
about
if-
Out
that.
of its containment.
What if the meatball isn't a beacon, but is in fact a member of the Forerunner race?
Yeah, that could also be. It could be a part of the adversary.
And they designed the beacons to interface with them like that.
Okay. I'm gonna
Stick the
vote to
helm.
follow the.
Stick the helm on the meatball.
Please don't.
Give it control of the ship.
All right, I'm okay to follow the whale. Whatever.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have the ESAT on standby. At the first sign that there's any kind of like imminent danger, I'm just gonna jump away.
Any danger?
Well, imminent danger, right? Like there's a mouth about to close on our entire ship, like Outer Wilds, Dark Bramble style. Then yes, we're jumping away.
So, you see the whale. Everyone kind of gets together, and the ship starts to slowly make its way forward. Pull you guys back to the ship. Oh, that did not work. Hang on. Oh, it's gonna make me do it the other way. Hang on. Sorry.
There's the superstition's end.
Yeah.
So cute.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where do you find this
Oh,
artwork?
this is a new angle.
This is one of the things that you guys never had to actually use. I don't
It's
think
the
I've
last time you'll ever see it.
We're gonna lose the ship, guys. We're so dead. Not only is it a TPK, but we also lose the coolest ship ever. So when we make like Griff Doll,
And it's
the
all
cousin of
because
Griffle, we can't even come back and get our ship.
we didn't
We're
talk
gonna lose
to the
the ship. We're
meatball.
gonna lose Clotho. We're gonna lose.
So you dip back through the membrane, and as soon as you do, all those same warnings, Griffle, in your head start blaring. But the distance, instead of being like a mile away, it's saying it's like 500 meters, or it's 500 yards.
Is the whale leading us back through the membrane?
Yes. So as soon as you start to get close to it, and you get close and you pass through, the whale starts to swim away from you.
Okay.
Should we follow that whale?
Yeah, I kind of want to follow the whale until we notice a sign of danger.
So as you continue going through,
All of the alarms on the ship not qualifying.
the alarms go off, and you can see off in the distance below you, off to either side, that there are these distortions in the water. These sort of, they almost look like what's it called, the heat waves. Mirage? No, that's the wrong word. In a desert. What's the word? Is it mirage?
Mirage
The
is,
Yeah.
heat waves cause mirages. Yeah.
Mirage is the actual illusion, but like, yeah, you're basically calling. I know
So
what you're saying.
you see these weird distortions in the water that are all around you and below you, and then you see the whale as it's going away, and you see out of that something ripple, and it shed invisibility, and you see the alarms on the ship start to get very strange. Greffel, it doesn't say that there is a beacon in front of you, behind you, anywhere. It says that there's one surrounding you. So according to the ship, and it might be just the ship being jammed, but ahead of you there is this SRT, but it's also to the left, to the right, below you, behind you. It's everywhere except through the membrane. It's showing the entire area is reading as this enormous SRT. And as you move forward, you see the whale kind of fly back. You see something shed invisibility in front of you as this enormous mouth opens up.
Okay, time to hit that
My
button.
God, we're fucking out of here. If we can fly back through the membrane, that's my preference. But if not, we are just fucking ESATting it out. It's an anglerfish. It's a giant fucking anglerfish. We're gone.
Yup.
So the ship powers up, and you see the illusion of the thing disappear, and the mouth just goes and snaps shut immediately. And then the head tilts to one side, and you see it look at you like, turn its head so one eye is looking directly at you. And that eye is about half the size of the ship.
Oh my god! Wait. Oh god.
But we're not in it. We're next to it, right?
Hang on.
You guys
Wait.
are in
It's
front of it.
shut over us. Wait.
No.
What?
So it opened its mouth. So the whale was swimming back towards it. It was about 500 meters away. Then it came out of invisibility, and it looked like it had its mouth open, ready to strike. And then it, rather than kind of lurching forward and snapping, it closed its mouth and turned its head to the side to look at you.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, it doesn't know what we are. Oh my god.
And you see that distortion, that rippling mirage effect, sort of continuing to shed as the creature finishes shedding its invisibility. And around you in every direction are coils.
Oh.
Bro, is I just want to know is Lord Stonetree just like shitting himself in
He's
the
not
corner?
here. He's
Okay.
not on deck. The two servants ran away screaming. The shaman
Okay.
standing there
Hang on.
completely
No.
shocked.
Okay, so I need to retcon something because like as we're gonna go back through and take a risk, I'm gonna like preemptively remove everybody from the deck and like confine them to like their quarters. We don't want them interfering or seeing anything.
So they go and flee away. They can tell there's something weird going on, and you see these just, think about, if you look in every direction, there are coils from what looks to be a serpent. Each one of them is thicker than your ship, even with the bubble around it, that are coiled in every direction. And it turns its head to the side, and Syl, you get this very overpowering communication in your head.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank goodness that this protector of the Fae
Yeah. Yep.
recognized our knight.
Long has it been since I've seen a summer night. What you want?
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Wait, is this
Is this the thing?
Eric? Is this the thing?
Is this the mother's pet?
So
I think it
Oh.
might be. Okay. We were sent by Clotho to find her grandmother's spirit.
Nosenhar.
Find grandmother's spirit.
Nosenhar.
So you see the coils writhe around the area and kick up. It doesn't look like dust because that's all on the other side, but there's little like seaweed and other sorts of vegetation in the water, and like things that are stuck to the hide of this enormous creature. Like there's entire kelp beds that are connected to part of its coils. And it says, "I am not a spirit of the grandmother, but she commands me. What does the lady want?"
We've come. Oh, what's the term? Not the other thing that's not a lyric. The
Oddlier.
Oddlear. We've come to find an Oddlear for Clotho to save a young girl's life. Is there any way that we can get you two to commune?
I consume, I do not save, but if the summer lady would use me, I have missed being commanded.
Well, how do we facilitate this?
Get
Bring the child.
Can we get the kid and Clotho on deck? Like, can we bring the kid up and also get Syl to let Clotho see?
Can I pause real
Still,
quick?
do you want to burn your thing?
Yeah, I think I'd be willing to do that.
So you guys go down below. Sorry, did you want to pause for 1 second, Michael?
I does binding this thing to Clotho remove it from this place?
You're not sure.
I thought it wasn't a spirit though.
So you asked it was the spirit of Grandmother Summer, and it says it's not a spirit. It's not the spirit of Grandmother Summer, but it is under her control.
But
Was that-
the oddlier we're looking for is the grandmother's pet, right?
Which
Did it react when Syl called it Nozenhar or said we're looking for Nozenhar?
I don't think he did.
No, he did.
I didn't think he used the name. I thought he said he was looking for the spirit of Grandmother.
I said
He said
Nozenhar.
the name.
Oh, okay. Then I missed that. Then it would have said that you are before the coils of extinction. I am Narsanhar.
Shit, we found him!
Is that's the pet?
That's
Yep.
the pet.
Eater of Leviathans.
So, what we'll do is we'll begin next session with you having to go below and convincing them to bring the kid up to the deck.
Trust me, he's friendly.
Who has the highest diplomacy, guys? We're gonna need it.
And we're going to go ahead and end session there for today with you all meeting Narsenhar.
Good
Very
God.
pulling off the spectacle all the fucking time.
Wait. This brings up so many questions. One, why does this creature want to eat Leviathans? Two, does binding this creature remove the safety of Lake Obai? Three, like I could keep going.
But he said he's not a spirit, so not
Hang on,
the
hang on.
thing won't bind.
He
This-
said he's not a spirit
Hang
of
on, pause.
grandmother.
This
Okay.
might have been a miscommunication from me not understanding what he said. So I thought what he asked is, "Are you the spirit of Grandmother Summer?" And it said, "No, Grandmother Summer is someone else. I serve Summer." So it is a spirit. It is a spirit under Summer, and it is Narsenhar. But you asked it if it was Grandmother Summer, and it said no, because it's not Grandmother Summer. It's her pet.
Okay, I'm immediately suspicious of this because usually when Gary gives us like a quest, right? He's like, go find this person, right? It's about a year before we actually find that person. So I'm like incredibly suspicious that like last session, like Clotho's just like, yeah, go find Narsenhar. He was here like hundreds of years ago, and then we actually go and actually find him. Like I don't trust it.
No, what I'm
calling-
telling
fair,
you, it's not
calling
the
shenanigans.
quest. It's not the quest itself, it's the fallout from the decision you make here. There's going to
Unintended
be Leviathans all up in this bitch.
Yeah,
Oh,
except
God.
for, but Clotho is going to go back to Three Trees, and I'm sure she will do some stuff to keep her vessel
But like,
safe.
hang on, wait. How do we know she's gonna go back to Three Trees? She's like the summer lady. Like, she's not gonna live in some backwater.
She's also a
She's gonna
baby.
She's gonna be in the baby for a few
The
years.
point of binding the spirit is so Clotho does not emerge, meaning there is no influencing power on the basement of the lake.
But then we
These
just
people are
deferred it
fucked.
for a few years. Like, we'd have to come back in a couple of decades and fix the shit that we're
But
just delayed.
we're gonna have
problem.
we're gonna have saved the universe by then. So
We are fucked. And by we, I mean the people of Three Trees, because we can just leave.
I mean, Lake Obai being safe is an anomaly. Like they don't know how good they've had it. Like maybe it's time for them to feel the pain that us can feel in the rest of the world. You know.
We didn't
Time for
really
them to
ask
get a
what their
beating, alright?
explanation for the lack of Leviathan activity is.
Actually, that's a good question. We need to ask a lot of questions of Narsenhar. Can we get a Narsenhar channel?
Well, to find out that there's another Goliath in Three Trees that's like, oh yeah, I hunt Leviathans.
Wait, I thought people didn't know why Lake Obai was safe. They just thought that it was just like that was like
Yeah.
a general consensus.
Yep.
Well, several people know, but By no, they mean they believe things that are sometimes mutually exclusive.
Yes.
Like, we know Al-Shayeb powers the ship.
Mhm.
And we know he doesn't power the ship.
I know for a fact that meatball is a baby beacon.
Yes.
I feel like we need to go back to the basics, right? I think therefore I am is about all we can assert about this world.
Half the
That's
time, I don't
that's a
even
big
think.
assumption. Yeah. Like, half the time. Whew.
So there are a lot of different beliefs about why the lake is safe. You have not come across someone's belief being the reason there are no leviathans is because there's something in the lake that eats leviathans that we've never seen. That was not on the list of assumptions.
Mhm.
I look at
Oh, man.
Hatterai smug
Yeah.
and say, "Science."
He must be so excited. He solved his quest in like one day.
Gary, have you ever seen
You didn't even need a new leg.
Jormungandr from God of War, like the newest God of War game?
No. But I imagine it's like Jormungandr going to the world serpent of some form.
Yeah. Is this like that colossal, basically?
I mean, I don't know what it looks like in the game, so it's very big.
What? I mean,
Like
Is the picture to scale?
One of the reasons I use this picture is Narsander doesn't look exactly like this, because this thing is more like a moray eel thing, and he looks much more snake-like. He's got big scales, and he's completely covered in vegetation, right? So there's stuff growing all over him, and there's lots of small creatures and like fish and other like crustaceans and things crawling all over his body. So that part is not super accurate to this picture. What I like about the picture is that the picture is fairly close to the scale of the size of his head versus the ship.
Eesh.
So
oh, there's no good like images of the Jormung. Whatever.
I could probably find like a video or something about it, but yeah, that was a ton of fun for me.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Every
Hear
time
all of our
I think
ridiculous
I have
theories.
like some faction of this world figured out. It's like, nope, just forget. Nope.
I mean, I'm sure
Everything-
we're probably wrong about the meatball, and Gary is just having to.
No.
Turn away from the mic.
Don't say you're sure.
Hang on. I reckon we're wrong about the meatball, but I reckon that very soon we won't be wrong about the meatball. Gary's been like furiously thinking down the entire time. He's like, he's a good idea. Why didn't I think of this?
So jokes aside for a second, one of the things that I've really enjoyed is there's sort of the Schrodinger's correct answer, right? The what it was called I choice in a lot of adventure design, where what's like you know the players say, oh, I bet there's I bet this chest is a mimic, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, it's a good idea. The chest is a mimic now. That's one version of like the world. The other version, which is very hard to do, especially it's hard to do as a DM with most players, especially in like this context, is to have something that's more stable, that doesn't change from the input of the players as much. But whenever the players get new information, they have to sort of like rectify it with the stuff that they've known before, and it changes a lot of their previous assumptions and interactions and things. And you guys are so good at remembering and figuring out the puzzle pieces from before, and then going, okay, well, if this one assumption was wrong previously, and we change it to this new thing being true, that means that this and this and this and this and this. And it's not that you're getting everything right, but
This is what I'm telling you. This is the.
but I will say that it's very fun to listen to you guys because you, even if you're missing pieces of the puzzle, so your conclusions are off in minor or major ways, the way that you get to them is really, really good. Like you guys are really good with the logic of putting the pieces together, and that's very fun for you guys to go. So that means that every time you get to something where it's like, okay, well, that doesn't quite match with what we knew before. Let's change it slightly and then kind of put it back in together. That you're getting closer and closer, right? It's not like, a straight line to get from you guys know nothing to have it all figured out. But you're sort of circling in on the truth of the world, and that's really fun for me. To listen to and to have these things and to have that moment of, all right, well, what is this thing that we're interacting with? Okay, well, what is the story about? The whale thing, I think, is something that I might end up using as an example for other things later. Where
The only person not circling in is Drock.
Rock's doing good for stuff too, though.
Why
This
am
is
I getting a
funny.
call out here?
Because you always go, I'm confused.
I am confused. I'm still trying to ask questions. I just keep getting confused.
So we'll start next game here.
Nice. Do we have a date? I don't think we do we?
I don't think we do because of my voice being all fucky. We previously, the last date that we had out was the 28th. But it looks like Foxy, are you like moving then, or what's going on the 28th?
Yeah, let me have a look. There was something. 28th.
There were a couple people out.
Oh, I might be out actually.
I'm
Oh
being
no, I
reminded-
see.
I'm being reminded that I'm dumb and I'm not going to be here that night. To be fair, when I made this, it was originally on the 27th, and on the calendar is the 27th.
Again, that was their birthday celebration.
I'm just
But yeah.
saying. So yeah, I have a birthday party that I have to go to.
So I have so two of my partners, one's birthday's on the 27th and the other's birthday's on the 28th. So we usually do like a weekend thing where we all like kind of celebrate together. So that's probably why
So I'll put up the next series of dates, but let's just start by asking, does June 4th work for everybody or does it not work for anybody?
June 4th does not work for me.
And I'm unsure about the 4th.
Okay, so since that's going to be at least a couple weeks, then we can kind of delay and I can put up a thing and see what it looks like.
Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Good.
Glad you guys were coming, and I'm excited.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
this
All right, catch
was
you guys
amazing.
later.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you guys.
Take care.
Later, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
It's
Bye.
funny. It's almost like I enjoy sessions much better when I'm actually awake for them.
Fancy.
General life.
I am sorry that like things have been hit and miss. Just to give you guys like an idea of what's been going on for me and why like my attention and attendance to sessions has been kind of spotty. We've been like we almost thought we lost the house. And I've also been like doing job interviews to try